Good evening. I'm Alex Tremaine, and today I am an old man who is going to play some creepy games of driving a train in space in odd Victorian times. I'm going to play some Sunless Skies. The Sovereign Edition has released, which is new to me. I've sunk a few hours into this game in the past, but it was mostly while it was in early access, so there's going to be a lot of stuff that I'm unfamiliar with here, going in moderately blind. We'll see how things go on that front. I expect that we will probably die a bit, as is kind of expected in Sunless Skies. For those who are unfamiliar, Sunless Skies is the sequel to Sunless Seas, which itself is or was a game set in the fallen London background, which is a sort of online web-based storytelling game, and story is very much the focus of Sunless Seas and Sunless Skies. I won't get too deep into what's gone on, but suffice to say that the sort of most basic of the background is that at some point during Queen Victoria's reign in Britain, she in this universe she made a pact with demons or devils or something, and the entire city of London fell into the world below, and that was sort of the setting for Sunless Seas, sailing on the Untersee to places of wonder and horror, and Sunless Skies is the sort of follow-on from that. So we'll see how things go, but I expect we'll die a bit, but I expect we'll find some creepy things as well, and probably then die a bit. For those who haven't been here before, this stream is a little bit of a change for this week. Normally I stream Gumpler builds. You can find previous streams on, there's a link to my YouTube channel in the Twitch channel info, where you can find sort of past streams, but they will very much not be much like this one, I'm afraid. Yeah, thought we'd do something a bit different today. Mostly because I want to play this. So, let's see how things go. We're going to start a new game. Let's start from scratch. I am bad at this game, so we're going to go with a merciful campaign, rather than an Iron Man mode where we must start again every time we die. Difficulty, I guess we'll see how badly I do on the standard difficulty settings, and then we can work on from there. Our expedition to the domains of the dead has been eventful. The Orpheon is damaged, and in grievous need of repairs and supplies. We are returning in haste to the Reach, where I hope to make port at New Winchester. May God be with us, for 1,000 deaths wait in the sky. Final entry of Captain Amelia Charity Whitlock. Well, here we are. Our train, the Orpheon, is not doing so well. But let's see if we can. This is all looking moderately familiar, so let's see if we can get to port safely. You have returned to the Reach, an untamed, sunless span of the heavens, London's new frontier, a celestial garden run wild. Your journey back from the Blue Kingdom was tumultuous. Your locomotive is damaged and Captain Whitlock badly wounded. As first officer, the crew look to you. The nearest station is New Winchester. Can you get the Orphean there safely? Much to the relief of your stokers, you find a barrel of fuel among the detritus. Much to my relief as well. A wreck drifts here, less fortunate even than you. We should scavenge her for repairs, the crewman suggests. The wreck hangs in the sky, pocked with recent gunfire. You and the boarding party don your sky suits, garments of waxed canvas lined with felt to protect against the cold of the sky. Two of the crew are whispering as they dress. What business did Captain Whitlock have in Blue Kingdom anyway? Why the devil did we trespass on the districts of the dead? You silence him. Now is not the time. The gap between the two engines isn't wide, but the endless fathoms of heaven gape beneath it. You jump. Your stomach lurches with vertigo as the stars blaze above you and below. The air of the heavens is thin and torn by unpredictable winds. Then your boots hit the running board of the Ozymandias, and your leather-gloved hands fumble for a hold. One of your companions throws you a line, and you lash the two engines together. Only then do the rest of the boarding party follow you. One of them forces open an exterior hatch, and you clamber inside. Her interior is cold, unlit, and whistles with wind. Your party's lamps spread buttery light over the narrow, panelled passages. You make your way towards the hold, stepping over bodies crumpled in the corridor. Unfortunately, your way is blocked. A bulkhead has been mangled inward by a well-aimed barrage. We have choices: clear the obstruction away, or go a more precarious path. 75% chance of each, and an example of the stats that are used in the game. Iron is sort of, well, as it says, iron skill, the skill of confronting and overcoming, or we can use veils for deceiving and evading. Let's be somebody who's less brute force and more subtlety. The rest of the boarding party follow you without enthusiasm. You recall the first time you climbed outside an engine, helping the captain fix a leak in an exterior pipe. The wind had shrieked, buffeting at you. You asked the captain what would happen if you slipped. "You fall," she answered tersely. "But where to?" you asked. She looked down, then up, then back. The sky's depths spiraled all around you. "Away," she said, and you heard her fear. Back in the present, you tumble back into the Ozymandias through a shattered window, your party spill in after you, glad to be back inside. You have reached the Ozymandias' hold, a ruin of smashed cargo and spilled supplies. Hopefully somewhere amidst the detritus you can find parts to repair the Orphean and restock your stores. You find enough food and gear to restock your supplies and enough spare parts to make necessary repairs to the Orphean. The food will need to be thoroughly thawed, of course, but you've eaten worse in the skies. "Oh!" cries one of your party, prying the lid off a long crate. It holds a cannon. Still nestled in straw. Another crewman pulls a battered bird cage from a pile of ruined cargo. Within the cage, something winged and furred opens a sullen eye. You examine your finds. So, we are fully repaired, and we have 4 extra supplies, which hopefully means we won't starve. The Ozymandias emits a long, juddering creak. Your boarding party exchange nervous glances. From the chaos of its hold, you have retrieved repairs and supplies and discovered some useful equipment. A gun that could be mounted on your locomotive and an educated bat. We mount the Jerusalem cannon on the Orphean. Her own weapons were damaged during your flight from the Blue Kingdom. That leaves you vulnerable. The Cotterell and Hathersage Jerusalem fire single shells to a good range, more or less accurately. You order 2 of your party to get it back to your vessel and fit it immediately. The Ozymandias groans again. The structure shudders spasmodically. You liberate a diffident bat and employ it as a scout. The heavens are wide, so locomotives use scouts, like bats, to locate things of interest, ports, resources, wrecks like this one to scavenge. The bat treats its rescue as an inconvenience, and immediately begins haggling over pay. You offer to put it back in its damn cage and leave it on the Ozymandias, at which point it becomes more polite. You doubt it will last. Do we press our luck? We always press our luck. The wreck of the Ozymandias screeches as its metal buckles and tears. You press on through the shuddering corridors, searching frantically for the engine room. We have 2 choices. We can send a small party ahead to retrieve fuel, or I can go myself. These are both 50-50. Or we can just leave it. I think I shall go on alone. Well, you toss a coin. The engine room is grey with spilled ash and littered with corpses. Little has survived the Ozymandias' ruin. You search fruitlessly for coal, but you linger too long. As the wreck is racked with final, violent tremors, you race back to the Orphean. With a dying groan, the Ozymandias splits in 2, sending shards of splintered plating spinning into the sky. Several bite into the Orphean, mauling its hull. Stoking your engines, you steam away from the collapsing wreck. You are restocked at last, and rearmed. But you've lost 10 hull, so we were briefly healed up to full, but not so much anymore. Hi, Miss Temperance. Yes, we have a bat friend. World Goth Day today. How did I miss that? I should pay more attention to important dates. Right, onwards. So, we can send out our bat, but it costs supplies to do so. It really does cost supplies to do so. Let's see what our bat friend has found. It has found something. It has found a port, a station of some variety. You're summoned by Captain Whitlock. The walls of the captain's cabin are lined with a hodgepodge of curios from the sky. Captain Whitlock lies in bed. Black marks cover her skin like a monstrous brand. When she coughs, coils of acrid smoke pour from her lungs. Let's talk to the captain herself. Her mouth is blistered from the blue fires that dance on her tongue. Her hand grips your arm. Her skin is hot as a kettle. Made arrangements. The Orphean will be yours. Her voice is just a rasp of burned meat breath. But promise. She breaks off to scream a word in a language that was not made for human mouths. When she resumes speaking in English, she is weaker. her request little more than a gasp. "Promise me one last service. Promise!" We're being given a train. I mean, that only seems right to do what we can. She sinks back, relieved. "All in my will," she gasps. "Be a better." She breaks off as the sigils burned into her bones flare, glowing cherry red through her flesh and skin. "Better captain than I." The effort exhausts her. She sinks back into the scorched pillows, a twisting, frantic fever. The walls of we have read this section before. Take your leave. You leave the cabin in the scorched stink of its air behind, and return to the bridge. New Winchester is further than you'd like, and the captain hasn't long left. And we now get our first opportunity to die, I guess. I am very bad at this. Ooh, nice. And again. Hey, look at that. I'll take that. What have we got? I think at this stage we need repairs. 5 hull. We'll go with that. Oh, it's down here. We've got another one. So it seems that just staying all the way along range is the correct choice here. Well, let's see if we can get ourselves back up to full. There we go. That will do nicely. Right, where are we going? This way. We found Bancroft's Forum. This looks promising. Right, let's dock up in New Winchester. Arrival at New Winchester. You coast into the bustle, the din, the soot and the steam of Wolvesey. Put my teeth back in. Of Wolvesey Station. It is clogged with other engines, scrappy mining locomotives from Lustrum Way, weathered explorers gleaming with frost, sleek company vessels with bright brass fittings. No sooner have you pulled into the sidings than a brusque station master bustles over. He requests to come aboard. "I must speak with your captain," he insists, brandishing a ledger. "The usual formalities." You look to the Orphean's doctor. He has just appeared at your shoulder. His face is solemn, his hat in his hands. He lowers his eyes. The crew exchange bleak, wordless looks. The Orphean itself feels suddenly more empty. The station master looks confused. You inform him that unfortunately Captain Whitlock has just passed. "Ah," he says neutrally. "Sorry to hear that. Very sad, very sad." He waits for what he considers an appropriate minute and a half before continuing. "Alas, even amid tragedy, the cogs of bureaucracy must turn. If Captain Whitlock is deceased, the station authority require their answers from the first officer. He dons a set of spectacles and locates his pen. It will be relatively painless. Name, background, purpose of visit, etc. Shall we begin? And I believe this is where we get to create our character. So, what do we want to start out as? Today, London lies between the stars. Her new empire unfolds across the heavens. But 10 years ago, before the Northern Gate was opened, before the renewed Empress led her people into the skies, it lay in a vast cavern, far beneath the earth. Deep, dark, marvellous. Who were you then? And our options: a street urchin. No parents, no laws, no masters. But also no roof over your head, no money, and often no dinner. Freedom comes at a price. You get high veils, the skill of evading and deceiving. Alternatively, a soldier. Yours was not to reason why. Yours was but to do and die. Gives us the fighting skill. High iron. A poet. The pen, the ink, the blank, monstrous page. And the ability to convince and endure. An academic. A student of the sciences, the arts, of philosophy. And the ability to investigate and deduce. Or a priest. Hymns and hymnals, Sundays and sermons. Again, the skill of convincing and enduring. A sailor. You roved the mournful, merciless waters of the Untersee. Again, beginning with iron for combat. A ministry auditor. For a time you served at the Ministry of Public Decency, which has become Her Majesty's preferred instrument. And the ability to investigate and deduce. Or finally, a revolutionary. The world is broken. One way for the rich, another for the poor. You decided to do something about it. And learned to evade and deceive. I'm torn. Academic is tempting. Being a sailor is tempting. I like the idea of going from one horrible nothing to another. I don't think I have any desire to be a priest or a ministry auditor. Or a soldier, really. Revolutionary is also very tempting. I think it's down to an academic or a revolutionary. Oh, let's be revolting. You were a revolutionary. The law offered you no protection. The engines of the state were set against that which you knew to be just. So how did you resist? With your feet and your fists? You marched, and when marching wasn't enough, you fought. Or with your mind? Lies are the tools of tyrants. You published research to expose those lies and illuminate injustice. Or with your art? Art travels swiftly. It cannot be imprisoned. It cannot be hanged. So we can increase iron and get affiliates with villainy. We can increase mirrors and affiliate ourselves with the Academe. Or we can increase our hearts and affiliate ourselves with Bohemia. I'm still not feeling the sort of fighting side of things, and I think I like combining the skill of deceiving with the skill of investigating and deducing. So I think we're going with mind, and then we need an ambition. Our choices are wealth. You want a comfortable retirement, and by comfortable you mean extravagant. Many have made their fortunes out among the stars, many more have failed, broken and lost in the drifting night. Will you be different? To win, gather a substantial retirement funds, acquire lodgings at a hub port and retire. Alternatively, fame. You will immortalise your exploits in the song of the sky. For centuries, people have launched themselves into the unknown in the hope of making a name for themselves. You're sure you'll succeed. After all, you never heard of anyone who didn't. And we must gather stories of our exploits and write about them in New Winchester. Or alternatively, we can seek the truth. Even the stars have secrets, but they won't keep them from you. A message from an old friend begins an unwise quest to learn a secret that the stars hide. What drives you? Curiosity? Justice? Insolence? Whatever it is, it will be tested. Be warned, this is a demanding ambition, best played by a lineage that has already completed wealth or fame. Okay, so we will eliminate the truth for the moment, because this is essentially a first playthrough, and I think we will go for the simple need of an extravagant retirement. And now we must create our captain. So let's. What have we got? Ooh, I kind of like a bit of uniform going on there. What's the beardiest chin we can acquire? 4 is looking good. I think 4 still had the edge. Okay, chin 4 it is. What level of nose do we desire? I kind of like the little crumple on that. What are our hat options? Let's stick with the uniform cap type thing. What hair do we have as a choice going on here? I think we'll go with the little ponytail. Brow, which also apparently includes glasses. I think I like that one. And we can choose our name and title. Clearly our name is Tremaine. Specialist, doctor, professor, officer. Ooh, archivist. I like archivist. Doesn't really fit the character, sadly, but we'll bear that in mind for the future. Intendant's good, but again, not really who we are. Comrade. Comrade might be the Comrade might be the choice. Ooh, citizen. Citizen's good as well. I don't think we want to be a lord or a lady. I think it's got to be, I think our revolutionary must be Comrade Tremaine. I think that's absolutely the correct choice. So, this is who we are. You were a revolutionary. The law offered you no protection. The engines of state were set against that which you knew to be just. So how did you resist? With your mind. Your arguments found receptive ears. They were cited amongst firebrand students and graced the hastily printed pages of subversive pamphlets. And we seek wealth among the stars. And we've ended up with 10 iron, 10 hearts, 17 mirrors, and 25 veils, which seems like a pretty good, a nicely min-maxed setup, though I have no idea whether that's a good call. Anyway, let's get in there. Going to be drinking more today, given I'm going to be talking so much. The reading of the will. 3 weeks have passed. This morning Captain Whitlock received a simple memorial service. Her body was consigned to a necropolis train bound for the Serene Mausoleum. Now you sit, with a handful of her relatives, in the threadbare offices of her solicitors. A methodical notary is reading the will. The captain was wealthy, once, but squandered her capital on mysterious expenses before her expedition to the Blue Kingdom. The captain's relatives, from whom she was mostly estranged, are clearly wondering why you are here. In a final codicil, the notary announces, Captain Whitlock confirmed that possession of the Orpheon was to pass to its first officer. He peers at you with dry grey eyes. This includes a certain black box contained in the Orpheon's hold. Captain Whitlock's final request was that, at a time of your choosing, you transport said box to an address in London. He hands you an address card, and deposit it there. You are not to look inside. She gave no explanation. And that's it. You're captain now. The Orpheon is yours. And we have acquired Captain Whitlock's legacy. You can investigate the black box at New Winchester. You could take the box to London as requested, or you could sell it and be done. You've been bequeathed a large black box which once belonged to Captain Whitlock, and you now have 100 sovereigns. I've got to be honest, this black box looks moderately concerning. I don't like the look of it. Wolvesey Station. Did he buy more supplies at Victoria Market? Okay. The clamouring central station of New Winchester, a place of steam and smut and thundering iron. Here you can find people willing to pay for a skilled captain's service. And things open up. We have choices. We can look at our ambition. It is not enough to be rich. One must be seen to be truly, lavishly, importunately wealthy. In order to retire in the manner to which you wish to become accustomed, you require two things: suitable property and the admiration or envy of your peers. These are the best security that money can buy. So, the first step of completing ambition wealth is to purchase the Governor's Manor. The fortress-like Governor's Manor towers above New Winchester. It has sat empty since the blockade. I need 5,000 sovereigns. Not getting there right now. We can hire crew. What are we at? We've got 8 crew. We'll have to... I think that's probably fine for the moment. The more crew you have, if memory serves, the faster you eat supplies, but on the other hand, having full crew is kind of useful. We'll come back to that in a minute. We can repair the locomotive. We do not need to repair the locomotive. We blew up some other trains and repaired it ourselves. We can recruit a driver. Let's try and recruit a driver. What do we need? I specialise in test driving, but I'm looking for something quieter. The driver indicates a crashed engine still smoking. Like that. Without the screaming. Get you a chief engineer. Will increase your iron by 6, your hearts by 2, and your affiliation establishment by 1. Iron and hearts are our 2 low stats. 20 sovereigns. Yeah, I think we will go down this route. Okay, so we'll automatically appoint. Excellent. Right, onwards. We can explore the city, or we can... An opportunity, the fastidious inspector. Oh, let's have a look at the box. Captain Whitlock left it to you in the hold of the Orphean. Her will described it only as a black box, a description you consider to be an unhelpful understatement. It's a casket of black basalt, longer than you are tall, unadorned, with a single small recess that contains a keyhole. The thing must weigh most of a ton. It stands upright in a corner of the hold, where the crew have pushed it out of the way. Captain Whitlock had a specific request. Whether you obey it is up to you. Try to remember when Captain Whitlock acquired the box. Captain Whitlock had it brought on board just before your ill-fated expedition to the Blue Kingdom. It was empty then. You know because you saw the lid and the box carried on board separately and assembled in the hold. It's not empty now. It's sealed, and even heavier than before. But you left for the Blue Kingdom shortly after the box was delivered, and made no stops on the way, so whatever is inside the box now, Captain Whitlock found in the Blue Kingdom. Ominous. Let's examine it. There are no carvings or inscriptions on it. The join where the lid meets the body is too thin to admit even a knife blade. There are no holes by which light or air might find their way in. It is impossible to see inside without opening it. Even the keyhole has been engineered in such a way as to prevent peeking. The recess with the keyhole, though, as far as you can determine, that is a more recent addition to the box. The stone has been drilled and chiselled away to create space for a modern metal lock. So we can sell it. That seems wasteful. We can consult with an academic, but in order to do so we need an uncanny specimen to trade him. We could find someone villainous to open it if we had 200 sovereigns and affiliation villainy 2, neither of which we have. We could attempt to pick the lock, 50-50 chance at the moment, but I need a savage secret in order to do so. Or we can try blowing it up. I would need munitions and I would have a terrible chance of success. So I don't think any of those things are happening. The last request of Captain Amelia Whitlock was for the box to be transported to a specific address in London. Alternatively, you could perhaps find someone willing to purchase it as a curiosity, and if you knew what was inside, you might be able to command a higher price. Okay. You know what? I think we are not doing anything with this box right now. We are going to pretend it's not there until we actually have to make a decision, because that doesn't seem good to me. Let's explore the city. The smoggy, clanking, singing, stamping, thronging, frantic heart of the Reach. An ever-expanding port of soot-smudged glass and bright steel spilling across a drifting, mist-wrapped archipelago. Its factories thunder. Its engine sheds ring with hammers and hiss with steam. Locomotives chug into sidings for repair, or flare across the sky and away into the high wilderness. Successful skyfarers fund their expeditions by dabbling in trade. We can inquire whether there are any good trading opportunities available. Unlocked when you do not have a trading opportunity. That seems like a thing to do. A porter at the station advises you to visit the nearby pub, The Promise of Days, and talk to the seasoned captains there. They keep their ears to the ground. They'll know about an opportunity or two. A trading opportunity. Visit The Promise of Days. Old pistons gleam on the wall. The shelves are crowded with mementos from across the sky. The clientele raise their voices to be heard above the comforting clamour of the adjacent engine yards. You may find helpful advice here. We introduce ourselves to the seasoned captains. They're always happy to offer words of advice. Sometimes many words. Four are gathered at their usual table. The masked citizen, a libertine polymath and pioneer of the neo-nocturnal artistic school. The bedeviled didact, a scholar haunted by his discoveries. The plucky baroness, explorer, collector, philatelist. And Spatchcocker Meg, who hunts monsters. Of course, everything out here is jolly dangerous, says the baroness. Few risk the skies, so news of distant ports is valuable. Collect port reports from the places you visit and deliver them to Victory Hall or Company House. The more that you turn in at once, the more they'll pay. Look for opportunities on the way, advises the masked citizen. Passengers who want transport, rich men in need of bloody work, etc. Between them they've carried Navaratine gemstones from Eleutheria, souls to the Blue Kingdom and raw hours to London. Have they tips? Ah, the didact says, fiddling with his innumerable talismans. An essential topic. Meg slides you a stool and the captains shuffle around to make room. The masked citizen buys you a drink of their own invention. It is violet and foggy. The plucky baroness gives you a brisk, encouraging grin. Ask away. You can sell practically anything at a big trade hub like New Winchester, the baroness answers. If you want to buy, though, you'll need to travel to more distant ports. Each specialises in a particular export. Meg spits chewing tobacco on the floor. No money in buying at market prices and selling at them too, though. You want to look for bargains, or prospects of people offering better money. Buy cheap, sell dear. Makes sense. Prospects. The masked citizen sips their drink. The biggest port in each region has a bazaar where captains do business. There you'll learn of people at other ports prepared to pay over the odds for a commodity. When you accept the commission for a prospect, it's yours. No other captain will pursue it. It's all fantastically civilized. Their smile is droll. You'll have to source the goods yourself, of course, says the bedeviled didact. Find a port that exports them. The client will want a certain amount. You can supply some, or all of it, but if you provide all they need, they may furnish you with an additional reward. An opportunity. The host at Magdalen's needs an urgent delivery of seeds. Paying a pretty penny, too. If I were you, I'd get to the bazaar straight away, put my mark against it. Meg grunts. Broker in Port Avon is selling cheap seeds. Chirpy chap, God knows why. His face looks like it's been pushed through a mangle. An opportunity. Port Avon lies to the south-southeast of New Winchester, and Magdalen's lies north-northwest. South-southeast and north-northwest. Helpful. Okay. Bargains. Spatchcocker Meg wipes beer foam from her lip. Nowhere this busy. Deals are snapped up too fast here. Visit the bazaars at quieter ports. Can find all sorts. Limited supply, mind. A bargain won't hang around forever, though, the Baroness confides, steadfastly ignoring Meg's manners. So don't hang about. If you space in your holds, snap them up. You can always sell them at a major port for an adequate return. Is there perhaps a way that a resourceful captain could prejudice circumstances in their favour? Meg laughs, a noise like a sneeze crossed with a ricochet. It ain't who you is, it's who you know, innit? Nepotism. She taps her broken nose. Quite, the mass citizen remarks. The wider your circles, the more advantageous the opportunities that will present themselves. A wise captain makes the most of them. So, as our affiliations increase, we get more rewarding options. Also makes sense. We've heard enough about that. We have exhausted all of our options here. So, the fastidious inspector. Excuse me, Captain. A woman pushes through the crowds towards you. She's short and square-shouldered, in a neat black suit and polished shoes. She shows you the case of her pocket watch. It is embossed with the crown and hourglass of London's horological office, the body responsible for ensuring time is consistent across the empire. I'm hoping to book passage to Port Prosper, she says, slipping the watch away. I can, of course, pay. Well, not much for the establishment. On the other hand, pay does sound promising right now. We're sort of starting out, and I don't think beggars can entirely be choosers. Thank you. The locomotive I was on broke down following a boiler rupture. Chief engineer's fault, I suspect. A gentleman fonder of brandy than of diligence. Here, an initial sum to seal our bargain. Prosper lies to the north-northeast of New Winchester. Not that there is such a thing as north, south, east, or indeed west out here. Instead, London cartographers picked 4 of the brighter, more reliable stars visible from the Empress's new palace and named them north, east, south, and west. Londoners value familiarity. So we now have the fastidious inspector. To Port Prosper we're taking her. And we've gained 50 sovereigns, which, is also useful. Cash is very definitely what we need. Right, I think that's everything for... I don't think there was anything else. Oh, inquire about the Winchester War. The slow-burning war for the Reach forms the backdrop of daily life in New Winchester. Citizens wishing to keep up with developments in the war turn to the New Gazette. It is, famously, the only newspaper worth reading in New Winchester, as well as the only paper that hasn't bankrupted itself. Its quality speaks for itself. Current political situation. The Assembly runs New Winchester from Victory Hall and seeks to strengthen its hand in the Reach. London's proxy, the Windward Company, however, maintain a considerable presence in the Reach. Although New Winchester is still neutral ground, tensions are mounting within and without the port. Search for our name. Your name does not appear in any of the Tackety-focused reporting on the war. Apparently you are not considered worthy of comment. There's no mention of you among the stories about the Stovepipe's recent fortunes. You are not of interest to them. That's probably for the best. Right. So, I think that is all of the story-related stuff. However, prospects available seeds for Magdalens. Let's grab this. Hybris or the Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Preserve. I do love the names in this setting. Leadbeater and Stainrod. Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. It's not the most auspicious name for a nature reserve. And hours for the circus ringmaster. Wanted up to 5 barrels of unseasoned hours delivered to the ringmaster, Polmere and Plenty's inconceivable circus in the Reach. The inconceivable circus lies to the west-northwest of New Winchester. Okay. Port Prosper and Lustrum. We've got to go to Port Prosper anyway, and it can be mined. Well, we'll see about that. But Port Prosper we've got to go to anyway. We've done the bazaar. Abraham's engineering. We cannot afford anything that's going on here right now. The Shivering Jemmy. Oh, there's some great names. Engine yard, where we can buy other engines. We are nowhere near that point in the game. And Victoria Market, where most importantly we can buy fuel and supplies. So we cannot okay, so we've got 4 supplies and 2 fuel at the moment. We're already at 8 out of 12. What have we got on board? Inventory. So 8 out of 10. So we've got 12 possessions. We've got a fastidious inspector. We've got a black box. Minimum safe manning number is 6. So we've got 8 out of minimum 6 crew. We'll stick with that for the moment. We've used 6 out of our 12. Yeah, I think we buy 2 fuel here. Put ourselves up to 8 out of 12. We've got our profile, our ship's biscuits and hardtack. Yep, that's basically what we're looking for, Miss Temperance. So we have affiliation academe 1 and affiliation establishment 1. That's come from our engineer. There's some events going on. Who rules the Reach? Fortunes of the Tacites, fortunes of the Stovepipes, strength of the sun. Some say that the clockwork sun was brighter once, but they say it quietly and lie about it afterwards. We have 50 reputation with each faction in the war. Our soul is stained. Soul appears damaged, scorched, reckless, dangerous, and fatally curious. And our soul is cold. The soul is icy to the touch, dispassionate, clinical, removed. Reassuring, I'm sure. Journal. We have an ambition for wealth. We've got the legacy, rumoured opportunities. 3 sacks of seeds for Port Avon. Sell them at Bazaar. Port Avon lies to the south-southeast. We've got the fastidious inspector, and we've completed the officer. The incautious driver. The driver has no tolerance for uneventful voyages. When not on duty, they stare through the stained glass windows as if willing in excitement to ride in on a wave of disaster. When they take the wheel, the rest of the crew grip the nearest available supports and whisper quiet prayers to various gods. Rumours not intended for your ears suggest that the driver is running an illicit poker game in the hold. Okay. 25 sovereigns. We've got supplies. Fuck it. You enter the hold and find the game well underway. The driver sits cross-legged in front of a pile of freshly won sovereigns and 3 newly impoverished members of the crew. A stoker angrily throws an expensive-looking watch onto the pile of winnings and departs in a fury. The driver looks up. "Comrade, care to make a wager?" "Oh, absolutely, Miss Temperance. I'd be disappointed if there wasn't an illicit poker ring on the engine." The driver deals the cards between the players. The cook and a crewman whose name you can't place at the moment watch each other with barely disguised suspicion. Behind you, a small crowd gathers to see their captain's coin. 17% chance. You know what? I don't think we're up for that at this stage in the game. The remaining crew around the circle relax as you stand to leave. The driver shuffles the cards, ready to begin the next round. You let the game continue. The crew needs a break. This is harmless enough. The driver nods to you, idly scratching an ear. Just for a moment you spot something green winding around their finger. We are learning about the incautious driver. We can converse with them. They keep scratching their ears, even while driving. A nervous tic, or perhaps a sickness that might spread among the crew. What? Oh, yes, the driver scratches again. It's nothing, just a little earache, I'm sure. Comes and goes. Their knee trembles with frustration of being pulled away from the wheel, even for this short conversation. See? All fine now. You recommend visiting a doctor. The health of the crew is paramount. Not necessary, the driver protests, scratching at their ear with a renewed force. A look of pain flashes over their face for a moment. Perhaps. My family knows of a specialist in New Winchester. I think father owns the building. I think I can call in a favour. A secondment. Can't keep anything from you, I see. I've been feeling a bit on edge. Would like to make myself useful if I can. There's races at the Royal Society. Maybe we could go there and you could drop me off for a bit. I can make us both a bit of money. They take out a coin and flip it in the air. It comes down on heads. Just a thought, anyway. The driver will join the Rochester Club to take part in races and generate winnings for you while on secondment. Okay. So, how does one escort the incautious driver to their family doctor? A silver plaque on the door bearing only a name indicates that this is the address of New Winchester's most exclusive practice. An immediate appointment. While the doctor conducts her examination, the driver asks you to update their old records with their current employment. You take a moment of pleasure in the driver's ridiculous middle name and pass over the field on gender, straightforwardly crossed out. Their address was last an eyebrow-raisingly prestigious New Winchester townhouse. You amend it to the name of your locomotive. Ah, the doctor says, peering into the driver's ear. A case of verdancy. A fungal colonisation of the brain, not uncommon in the Reach. You've noticed uncharacteristic impulses, changes in behaviour. She eyes the driver's skysuit and scars. The driver nods. Yes, the spores root deeply in the brain. Attempts to extract them have had less than satisfactory results. I'm afraid the best prescription is to entertain them. Take them where they want to go. See the things they want to see. Typically, a little travel does the job. They'll soon lose interest. And we have gained 1,000 experience for that. Let's have another chat with him. With them, rather. The incautious driver paces back and forth, clicking their tongue. Must have been the crash. In the nature reserve. My father sent me there to take up a nice quiet job. I always did love botany. But when they pulled me from the wreckage, I had new dreams to follow. I thought they were mine. Now how can I be sure? A new resolve washes over their face when they turn back, eyes sharp and sparkling with a flicker of emerald. Either way, I know where I have to go. Old Tom's Well. Give me the wheel, Captain. I have an appointment to keep. West-southwest of New Winchester. We are getting an awful lot of places to go. So, have we now exhausted all of our conversation options? I think we have. But we have also leveled up. We have become level 2. So, for level 1, we were a revolutionary. For level 2, what did the winds of fate hold in store? Was it a scandal? You were the gossip of London salons, and the target of blistering editorials in the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. An interlude in red and gold. You lost your mind once. They put you in a splendid hotel, managed by a cheery gentleman, who would determine when you could leave. A spell in prison. The judge, stony-faced, condemned you to New Newgate, the stalactite prison of old London. You came close that day to death. It left its mark. Liberation of night. You began to hear of a secret sect, or philosophy among the most extreme anarchist cells. The liberation of night. I mean, we were a revolutionary. It seems like going down the route of extreme anarchist cells is the correct choice here. And yes, we are going to have to go to exciting places to entertain brain fungus, Miss Temperance. It's going to be a thing, it would appear. I mean, sometimes you just got to do what the brain fungus wants, I guess. You begin to hear of a secret sect or philosophy among the most extreme anarchist cells. The liberation of night. The liberation advocated revolt, not only on earth, but in heaven. It claimed light was law, and that we would only be free in the dark. When a masked fanatic tried to convert you, how did you respond? So, either your eyes were opened. No one will be free until the stars, greatest of all tyrants, are shaken from their thrones. Existence itself is a chain, which will gain us +5 veils, +3 mirrors, and +1 cryptic benefactor. I am mildly concerned that this enumerates the numbers of cryptic benefactors you can have, but fine. Alternatively, you sent him packing. His words smacked of religion, which, as the Reverend Kingsley said, is too often an opium dose for keeping beasts of burden patient while they are being overloaded. Which will get us 5 veils, 3 iron, and a moment of inspiration. It is good to love many things, for therein lies the true strength, and whoever loves much performs much, and can accomplish much, and what is done in love is well done. I mean, revolutionary. Miss Temperance, let's be honest, the cryptic benefactors are not going to send us all in the same direction. We're just not that lucky. That's clearly not how this game is going to work. This is clearly the sensible choice, which is why we're picking this. There we go. And we are now level 2. So what's that done for us? We now have 30 veils, 20 mirrors, and hearts and iron remain as they were. So, let's remind ourselves where the hell we're going. We've got journal somewhere. London is out of our reach right now. Where did the fastidious inspector want to go? Port Prosper, northeast of New Winchester. Okay, let's try for that. But first, let's just send our little bat out. Right. We have found something over here. Some of this is being vaguely familiar to me from the early access. Yes, here we go. Victory Hall. The Assembly. A coalition of independent-minded settlers, colloquially called Tacites, gather and argue here. Deliver port reports here to receive rewards and win the Tacites' favour. Raised in the wake of the blockade of New Winchester, this magnificence of glass and steel houses the Colonial Assembly. Let's take a look around. Today the chambers of Victory Hall echo with shouting, the Assembly is in session, and outraged roars descend from the boardroom to the palatial lobby. A discreet functionary escorts you from the premises before you hear anything too juicy. You're a captain, aren't you? She inquires, once you're safely outside. If you want to be of service, bring us news from other ports. The Windward Company have spies everywhere, and we need recent, accurate information of our own. And if memory serves, we will find that the opposing faction has their little clubhouse over here. Miss Temperance, I'm absolutely certain that you mean that in nothing but the best way. And this is possibly more like what I'm like as a player. The least sensible option is always the most entertaining. As a GM, it's important to give your players an endless choice of terrible options to choose from. Visit the Windward Company. Following the uprising, the fortunes of the Windward Company fell in New Winchester. Now their modest officers occupy an ex-tinning factory in the murkier recesses of town. It continues to smell faintly of beans. The offices are cramped. Typewriters ring. Assistants scurry between desks. Beleaguered managers struggle to make themselves heard over the hubbub. Eventually, a harried assistant makes you a cup of tea. I'm afraid everyone's busy today, but if you want to make yourself useful, we always need up-to-date reports on events beyond New Winchester. Bring them straight here, though, not to... She nods out of the window towards Victory Hall, where the Colonial Assembly gathers. That lot. Queen and country and all that, eh? So these are our choices. However, our revolutionary fervour demands that we do not entertain the demands of Company House. and we will be working with Victory Hall. So, because my memory is terrible, we are going to remind ourselves again where the Fastidious Inspector is going: north-northeast. So we're heading this way. Right, out into the skies, into the dark. I do love the art on this. The taste of smog, the sound of iron on iron. We are home. I love the simplicity of the sort of parallax background, but the detail of the artwork is wonderful. Reekstead. North-northeast, so we want to be going this way. And then presumably up here somewhere. Let's send the bat out. Oh, we have found something. Okay, there is something up here. These are the borders of the Queen's March, first step in the long journey to Albion. Let's head towards the place that we've actually found. So what are you? Something to crave. Incautious driver. Is that... No, it's slightly different from the one I crashed into. So what, pray tell, is this? We can dock here. A homestead. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of solitude. They will fiercely defend their small territories, but occasionally welcome company and trade. This homestead appears to be thriving. A family gathers outside to welcome you. Blue smoke coils from the chimney. Hospitality is important on the frontier. The settlers invite you to join them for a meal. This will reduce terror and, if you are starving, buy you some time. If I had a sky story, I could trade it for supplies. If I had munitions, I could get bronzewood from them, but we will eat our fill. You enjoy a meal of sticky porridge and viney vegetables. Afterwards, you and your hosts exchange non-committal observations on the war between the stovepipes and Tacites. Your crew are content for a time. One of them even speculates idly about settling down. You are briefly without terror. Right. Onwards. So, somewhere over here. Let's do another brief check. Okay, we've got something going on over here. Oh, a stopped clock. The Fastidious Inspector approaches you in the galley. Captain, good day. I noticed your ship's clock has stopped. Perhaps you'd permit me to repair it. Permit it. You prefer things to be right more than twice a day. She gives a grateful flicker of a smile and sets to work. Soon she has the back off the clock and has spread tiny clogs across the galley table. Obscure horological tools gleam brassily among them. Everything has a place. I appreciate the opportunity to keep myself busy. Staring too long at the stars is harmful to the temperament. The fastidious inspector has a round face, brown eyes and short dark hair. She gives the impression of being perpetually busy. You inquire about her work. What are the duties of an agent of the horological office? She sniffs. It's of fundamental importance that 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in one corner of the Empire occurs at the same time as 10 o'clock on the 2nd of June in the opposite corner. How is an empire to function if it can't agree what day it is? Unfortunately, the process is complicated by the fact that time is less reliable as it was. The hours trade has seen to that. Let's ask about the hours trade. You've heard the Empress awards her favourites with gifts of years to extend their lives, and that you can become rich mining for hours to satisfy London's hunger for them. Oh, hours have more uses than that. We use them to increase the efficiency of work worlds, to speed journeys to distant regions, to resolve overcrowding in prisons. It does make my life more difficult when time knots and stretches like wool on the loom. More difficult, but more vital. Her Majesty seized a great trove of them when she assumed the throne of ours, and now even more have been found in the Reach. Miners dig them from the ground. She looks momentarily wistful. I hope, some day, to retire with a modest pension of years myself, to prolong the better part of my retirement. Shitapopu, thank you for the raid. How did the Sinanju go? Is it still an unexploded hand grenade as it stands? Welcome everybody to the stream. It's 50% grenade. Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Welcome to the stream. I'm Alex Tremaine. Under normal circumstances, I'm an old man that builds Gundam. Today, I am an old man who is driving a train across space in a kind of terrible, creepy horror land, and trying not to starve to death and eat the crew. And at the moment, we are attempting to take an inspector from one port to another, and she is repairing the clock on our train and explaining how time is not exactly what we hope it once was, and that you can just buy hours and years to extend your life or compress time, it would appear. So just usual stuff, I guess. How's everybody doing anyway? Discuss the Reach. Thank you for, Canon45, thank you for the follow. That's very kind. Shitty, there is no shortage of lore here. So, asking the fastidious inspector about the Reach. The wide, wild frontier, a sunless domain, but impossibly verdant, with gargantuan vines, cathedral-sized bronzewoods, and livid fungal arch. How's that? Am I back? Do I return? I shall pause for a moment. Hey! I'll start that again, in which case. The Reach has an uncouth splendour, but I miss Albion and the steady light of the clockwork sun. These sunless reaches are so misty and quiet. She pauses, but critical. The territories here are rich with raw hours, and enough vegetation grows on them to feed the whole of London, even if some of it is a dubious shape. Discuss suns. What happened to the Reacher's sun? And London has a man-made sun. How did Her Majesty defeat the old one? We warred and we won. It's not my area of expertise, I'm afraid. The suns made the law, they say. Now Her Majesty makes it. As for the Reacher's sun, she looks through the window at the lightless, stirring mists. I don't know. Do suns grow old? Do they die of natural causes? I think that would probably be better than the alternative, wouldn't it? Ask for news of London. The seat of the Empire lies in far-off Albion, where a man-made sun burns in the sky. Another sun blazed there once, before Her renewed Majesty conquered it. London sits in her coat of smog. Courtiers squabble at the foot of the throne of hours, hoping to receive endowments of years. Meanwhile, hard-working civil servants labour to ensure everything runs as it should. Was there a touch of archness there? All is normal. I miss her, though. There is no city like London in all the skies, and Albion is very different from the Reach. Much more civilised. Compliment her skills. Her hands are deft and sure. She polishes, she cleans, she reassembles. Thank you, she says. A small, embarrassed silence. It's possible the inspector is pleased. It's rather hard to tell. Ask about the war. There are those who feel that London is a long way away, and that they'd do a better job of governing themselves. The frontier attracts independent spirits. We call them tacketies for the hobnail boots that are so practical out here. London unsurprisingly disagrees. The Windward Company earnestly represents Her Majesty's interests in the region, sometimes very earnestly indeed. The tacketies call London's loyalists stovepipes. For our hats, I suppose. She avoids looking at you. And you, Captain. Where do your sympathies lie? I don't think we feel any loyalty to either side at this stage. Or certainly we're not telling her that we feel any loyalty to either side. What a remarkable indulgence, she remarks, with a raised eyebrow. I think we've exhausted that. And you, Captain. I think I shall make a cup of... Hopefully that's fixed again. Onwards. The inscription on the memorial to the unknown rat is dedicated to those brave Ratus Faber. Missed it. Memorial to the unknown rat. Hopefully I'm audible again. You found and benefited from a wonder. One of the most pleasant and least menacing landmarks of the high wilderness. Immediately lower the terror, as long as you haven't visited too recently. Okay. Let's send out some... Let's send out a bat and see what we can find. We can't find anything. But we're broadly in the right kind of area. The northeast is presumably this direction. So, note to self for the future, we need to have more supplies than we have fuel. We're definitely going through supplies faster. Let's do this. Send out our little bat. Hey, what have we found? Ooh, all the way up there. Okay, onwards. Lipkin's Field. Ooh. There is a wreck over here. What have we got here? The Innel. We discovered the remains of an old locomotive, the victim of one of the innumerable perils of the sky. Fuck it. Failure. It was worth a shot. Your crew attach cables to the wreck to hold it steady as they pry apart the doors. A sudden gust of wind rocks both vessels, and the young man straining at the pry bar slips. He cries out, his hand mangled on a torn edge of metal. He is likely to lose his fingers. The treasure you receive from the hold will be too little to comfort him. You've lost one crew. A clasped jewellery box. Something precious has been concealed. A sheaf of letters fall from a concealed compartment. The pages are rife with scandal. You now have one salon-stewed gossip. Well, at least we got something from it. Right, where are we going? This way. Oh, what are you? Glorious Dreadnought. I think I just want to stay the fuck away from you. You look scary. Do not like. Requires a saying. No, can't investigate. Do not have the thing that we need. Things are getting a little awkward here. What have we found? Oh, a station. Thank fuck for that. Onwards. Let's get up there. The bridge's clock chimes twice quickly. This close to the Isambard line, time is devious. Port Prosper! Not only have we found a port, we have found the port we were looking for. The Mornington Abrathat Span. Discovering a port significantly reduced terror. Crews were always thankful to find another place of relative safety in the skies, however strange or full of devils or covered in mushrooms. Excellent. Agbanon Spring. Queen's Cross Station. Crammed at the feet of a hulking crag, Port Prosper is a little London, divided into an affluent West End and an impecunious East. Queen's Cross is a busy station, crowded with engines that have arrived through the nearby transit relay from Albion. Let's deliver the fastidious inspector. She disembarks with her bag in hand and peers up at a clock tower that is being raised above the station. It's tangled with scaffolding and rings with the sound of hammers and the cries of workmen. You will receive fuel and supplies in addition to a sum of money. Ensure you have 6 spaces in your cargo hold. We definitely have 6 spaces in our cargo hold. Thank you, Captain. Here is the balance of our agreement. And as promised, a requisition order for fuel and supplies. She casts another glance at the incomplete clock tower. Given the apparent state of construction, I'd recommend you visit the work site. There may be an opportunity there. And thank you for the pleasant conversation, Captain. The sky can be a lonely place. You enlivened it. I have included a small additional sum in your remuneration as a token of my gratitude. So, 3 fuel, 3 supplies, 150 sovereigns, 60 experience, and the fastidious inspector has departed. That all seems very positive. They plan to call it the Albert Clock in memory of the departed Prince Consort, but there's a way to go yet. The roof isn't finished and the clock neither ticks nor bongs. You can see the fastidious inspector up among the workings with a spanner and a can of oil, showing the workmen how it's done. Let's ask the horse foreman what they need. Perhaps we can secure it. Bronzewood, the foreman wheezes bluntly. 1 consignment. They sell it at Traitor's Wood and Palmyra and Plenty's, I hear. And a gourd of chorister nectar too. This bunch of Workshire ingrates needs constant shouting at, and my voice has given up the ghost. Some nectar should have me bellowing again like a champion. Carillan's your best bet there. Or Titania. The flower town. We'll pay like. If you can purchase the necessary goods and return them to Port Prosper, you'll make a tidy profit. Be warned, the materials aren't cheap. Okay. What else have we got? Right, that's... right, a port report. Let's do that while we're here. The factories continue to belch out smoke, while over the bridge hopeful crowds gather outside the Admiral Nelson. Lovers can be seen strolling arm in arm along the promenade, at a respectable distance from their chaperones. There was a brief protest outside the Windward Company factory, swiftly quelled. The scones at the Nelson were as good as ever, though the piquancy of the jam was less than might be desired. Its narrow streets huddle in the shadow of a great crag. Banners display the stony features of her renewed majesty. Wealthy West Enders strut by, engaging in polite greetings and veiled gossip, while sooty East End workers file to the hour-refining factories. Peeling posters promise fresh, wholesome lives in the reach to new arrivals, but most of the posters are years old. More newcomers arrive at Port Prosper than ever leave it. We can attend a parade. It is apparently the Feast of the Red Saint. Gaudy banners fly over the painted rooftops of Port Prosper. The smog of the East End is hidden away by giant posters displaying dragons in varying degrees of vivisection. The cramped streets are clogged with people. Wealthy West Enders promenade about the amusements, whilst impoverished East Enders work the stalls and huddle by the chestnut fires for warmth. A painted dragon pursued by knights is chased through the crowds to a chorus of "Ho! The riding!" We can mingle with the West Enders, the hats, the crinoline, the starch that gleams on the moustaches. You're sure you'll fit right in. Alternatively, we can mingle with the East Enders, lurking in the tents or manning the stalls in the side streets or scowling at the passing gentry. They seem more your level. Or we can make nobody happy by fraternising with everyone. In light of our revolutionary tendencies, we're going to mingle with the East Enders. Oi! A wide-eyed East Ender elbows his comrade somewhere under his jacket. Who's all this, then? A crowd gathers from out of the shadows. You're subjected to a number of looks that, if not quite filthy, are at least grubby. Eventually the huddle disperses. The first East Ender takes a thin hand, lined and worn. It's a good sign you wanted to talk to us. You spend the afternoon watching vaudeville players satirise the Red Saint and his dragon in an out-of-the-way tent, followed by a hearty supper of roast chestnuts and almost palatable ale down by the station. We are now tolerated by the impoverished East Enders. Roast chestnuts burn on open fires. EastEnders stoke the flames and tend to the charcoal burning. Right, so nothing else to do there. We have all sorts of things to do here. Let's ask about the Albion Transit Relay. Inquire about passage to Albion. A garrulous captain is delighted to have an excuse to talk. Happy to help, comrade. Happy to help. They point down to the docks. There you are. Keep going past the port. You can't miss it. If you've got good eyes, you might even be able to see it from here. Passage ain't free, mind. You can travel first class if you have a ministry stamp permit, or you can bring a couple of barrels of ours to travel second class. We've done the clock tower, we've done the transit relay. Incognito Princess. Sounds promising. Perched atop a mountain of luggage is a radiant young woman. She's an officer dressed in what an actor would wear in a fantastical romance. A tiara rests on her brow. A steady stream of commoners come to pay homage, bowing and curtsying enthusiastically. Starlings circle in dense swarms above her. Refugees from old London are a common sight, although not in such numbers. She ignores everything and hands you papers so pristine that they can only be forged. She would certainly make an interesting addition to the crew. First officer, mirrors 6, hearts 2, and affiliation Bohemian by 1. We do not have a first officer. She needs 100 sovereigns, but screw it. I am a humble first officer looking for, what's the word? When commoners do things for coins, she asks. Work, that's it. She beams at you, delighted, as innocent as a Gatling gun. She steps aboard. A commoner calmly takes a spoon from his pocket and scoops out his eyes. After such radiance, all else is tawdry, he says between screams. It seems she has already forgotten about her signing on money. Excellent. Just what we need. Parsimonious chairman's officers. The officers of the Windward Company on Port Prosper are elegantly appointed, if antiquated. Paintings of old London adorn the walls. The parsimonious chairman has worked for ruthless captains. He sits behind his imported mahogany desk, a decanter of brandy at his left hand, and a series of neatly stacked reports at his right. A fire has been lit in the cavernous hearth. It's too warm. He promises an opportunity for profit. He pours the brandy into 2 glasses, then produces a ruler to measure the amounts. To business, he smiles, revealing the extensive damage to his teeth. I was a pugilist back in London. A young man's game. He stands at the window, watching the starlight bathe the sloping streets of Prosper. This place exists because of constant work. From the politicians who planned it, to the pioneers who built it, to the soldiers who even today defend it from the Tacites. We have need of more such work. Bring me nameplates from Tacity engines. We keep lists. You will be rewarded. Nope. The parsimonious chairman sighs as though used to disappointment. He allows you to finish your brandy before ringing the little bell. His secretary escorts you out. My door, the chairman says as you leave, is always open. Not so much in line with our revolutionary tendencies, I don't think. So, we can explore the port. We've done the exploring at the port. We can offer transport to settlers. Where do they want to go? Would-be pioneers clamour at the station, eager to make their fortunes among the stars. One way to Lustrum, thanking you kindly. By Jove, I think it's finally my time to see the real frontier. His handshake is firm to the point of rudeness. He leans in close. My time is precious, you understand. I'd appreciate it if you got me there as quick as you can. You shan't go unrewarded for the effort. The settler wants to be taken to Lustrum. Right, so let's have a look at what our options here. Shops. The bazaar. The recent death of a well-to-do widower has triggered an unseemly family squabble over the disposition of his estate. An indifferent solicitor has been charged with auctioning off various of the deceased's unwanted belongings in order to cover the death duty. So, how much space do we have? We only have 2 crates of nostalgic crockery. I think we are going to leave that be for the moment. Nelson's Emporium. So we can get hours here. What are our... We do need hours. Up to 5 barrels of unseasoned hours. We've got 6 fuel. We probably don't need as much fuel as we have. Let's sell some fuel. And then let's buy northwest of New Winchester. Okay, and we need 5. We can't afford 5. That's kind of annoying. Fine, we'll have to make do with 3. Okay, so west northwest, which means we're basically going back the way we came, but then heading this way. Right, back into the dark. Let's send the bat out. Oh, what have we got? We have two somethings to crave. Captain, there's good eating on a partner eel. Oh, we do not have butchery. And what's our other thing here? More partner eels. Okay, so back onwards this way. Peacock wind delivers its bounty. The supplies burst into new sickly sweet growth, but some of them also wail as they go into the pot. This is awkward. Let's get out of the way of this. We've got something else up there. I don't think we can get that way. Let's head... I think we're going to have to go the long way around. That's frustrating. broken habitation, long abandoned. Oh, I see. It's down here. What can we get in here? Oh, this was the one that required a saying. Yes, I remember. Right. Back along the way we were heading before, but hopefully out of the way of that incredibly strong wind. Also, let's bring that up slightly. Let's see. What have we got? Okay, there's something over here. Oh, we've got a wreck. And we found a horror. Lovely. Scavenge. The wreck gleams with frost. Its windows are dark. Its engine silent. Perhaps something of value lies within. The windows of the crew quarters are occluded with frost. But was that movement you saw? Let's find out. Failure. Excellent. A raving recruit. Your signaller fetches their signal lamp and flashes a patient message into each portside window. You watch and wait. There, hands banging at the glass from within, a wild-eyed face. You dispatch a boarding party. They retrieve a survivor who is eager to sign on. She proves to be a hard worker. However, her reckless laughter and her stories of the horrid, haunting things she saw from her frosty window do not improve morale. +1 crew, +10 terror. Excellent. So what have we found here? What is the horror that we have uncovered? The War of Fossils. When settlers arrived in the Reach, miners flocked to this frozen rock, lured by the promise of hours stored in its core. An eruption of cantankerity has left it in its current mangled state. A makeshift graveyard stands at the lip of the rock, a memorial and a warning. We can pay our respects and light the lanterns. We can just bugger off. Yeah, screw it. Take the risk. Failure. One day we'll succeed at something. Thanks, Shitty. I had thoughts about where to put my face on this one, and it seemed that just sticking tiny me in the portrait was definitely the correct choice. Once, every grave had a lantern. Now most are lost or stolen. Your crew search through drifts of muddy sleet and beneath mangled mining wreckage to replace what they can. In the dim light, your stokers struggle with the tinder and oil. The cold is fierce and chills the fingers to the bone. Eventually, matches strike, and a thin string of light washes over the graves. But you've lingered too long. The ground begins to quake. The cantankerity stir. You've gained 5 terror. Groaning cantankerity pour from the fissures of the rock. Stunted, half-blinded, and irritable from their long sleep, they thrash across the surface, crushing graves and battering the rusting equipment to fragments. So 21% chance to stand firm, 24% chance to run away. We are running away. Run. We fail. Shock. You lead the charge back to your engine. Your crew hurry forwards, spurred by the encroaching wall of livid cantankerity at their backs. One crew member falls behind. A sudden crunch. They are crushed beneath a rolling mountain of squalling cantankerry. Fewer leave the rock than landed. You've lost 2 crew. You've gained 10 terror. Another crew member lost. We're still at minimum crew. We are okay. We are still at minimum crew. But we are leaving. Let's do a bit of a search. We found something. We found something down there. Okay. Memorial to the unknown rat. I think we're going to keep going this way though. For the moment, because this is the direction that we of where we're aiming for. What, pray tell, are you? Other than... Whoa. Where did you go? Whoa, Jesus. There we go. Oh, we didn't take too much damage, thankfully. So, a bull cantankery defeated. This bull was a king of its kind, an isopod with the dimensions of an elephant, sheathed in layer upon layer of semi-calcified armour plates, all wrapped around the temperament of an embittered badger. Now it is a ruin of muscle and shell. So we can chisel precious stones from its carapace to gain sovereigns, or capture a lesser cantankery clinging to the bull's underbelly. 40% chance of success. Rolling dice has gone poorly for us. We're already at minimum crew. Now is the time not to take risks. 30 sovereigns. Nice. Yeah, I shall have to have a look into that, shitty. House of Many Doors. Ooh. I shall have a look at... Ooh! I shall have a look at that later. But, in the meantime, we have levelled up. So, what else happened in our past? You spent... So, we can either have the Smoggy Streets, a Scandal, an Interlude in Red and Gold, a Spell in Prison, or Scarred. So these 3 were options we've had previously, and these 2 are new. Smoggy Streets. You spent much of your youth in the hard end of London, where the gas lamps are scarce, the prospects are bleak, and people as flinty as the cobbles. And we can gain either 5 veils and 3 iron, or 5 veils and 3 hearts. Alternatively, a Scandal. You were the gossip of London salons, and the target of blistering editorials in the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. Ah, no, this is actually... Smoggy Streets is actually only the only new one here. I mean, Veils is what we're best at, but maybe we need to contemplate... Maybe we need to contemplate improving some other things? Maybe? Let's go with Scandal. Scandal also seems appropriate for a revolutionary. You were the gossip of London salons and the target of blistering editorials in the Gazette. Mad, they said. Bad, they said. Dangerous to know. What was the incident that exposed you to the buffeting winds of public opinion? Either a torrid affair, secret letters, warm and yearning, furtive assignations where desires, among other things, could be unlaced. The reports were salacious. Alternatively, a parade of debauchery. Absinthe. Wantonness. More absinthe. Brawling, gambling, blasphemy, and slander. Absinthe and prisoner's honey alone, prisoner's honey in company. Is there a vice you haven't explored? It's possible. There are only so many hours in the day. Well, I think we have to take that, don't we? I don't think there's any other option. I pressed the wrong button. Confirm. There we go. Oh, we've got another one. No, this one is smaller. Hey, we got it. Loot it. Da-da-da. The Cantankerous are lumbering half-fossilised isopods that will attack anything they disapprove of. Given that they are very ancient and murderously grumpy, that means almost everything. The defeated Cantankerous has been blasted to smithereens. Only a cloud of stony chunks remains. We can disperse the rubble. The fragments could be a menace to passing engines. Clearing it out of the way as a service to other Skyfarers will make us lose terror, which... that seems like it might be valuable. Alternatively, we have a nice chance of success of finding something of scientific interest. I'm a sucker. And we fail. We fail. A sudden wind drives the jagged Cantankerous fragments against your hull. They crack against your windows, drum on your plating, gritty particulates clog your pistons. When you dig the shards free, you find some of them gleam with veins of semi-precious stones. You've lost 3 hull. You've gained 8 sovereigns. Well, not super ideal, but fine. Let's send out... Ooh, a port. Thank fuck for that. Wowzer man, yes, we are indeed treasonous to the Queen. We are going to be supporting the Tactees. Viva the revolution! Viva la revolution! Put my teeth back in. Viva la revolution! As the saying goes, bring the guillotines. Magdalene's, a place of peace, contemplation and rest. The driver twitches miserably. How do I look at myself in my tea-encrusted mirror? Well, I accept that, you know, the Queen is just a dictator who is a parasite living off our existences and our suffering, and do my small bit to resolve that issue. Magdalene's, the house of small comfort. Magdalene's is the closest thing many Skyfarers have to a home. It offers services to alleviate the strain of a life spent too close to the stars. There's a good chance the driver is not going to the races, Miss Temperance. You're quite right. Right, let's have a look around. Write a port report. Let's do that as a first thing. Crowds of Skyfarers, ministry officials and merchants mill about the forecourt in a varying degrees of distress. All watch the clock set in the great clock tower waiting for their appointed hour. Magdalene's is abuzz with activity. Barely has the clock chimed than a clamour goes up at the front desk. Guests rushing to and from appointments. Lord such and such was seen in conversation with the amenable host. The east wing was closed for general access all day. A certain distinguished admiral was seen with his second in command entering one of the chambers of regret. Several guests succumbed to an excess of sentimentality and were forcibly removed. I suppose that depends on your definition of God, Wowzer man. I'm absolutely certain that the Empress Victoria regards herself as such, and I'm equally certain that my captain on this occasion does not. So we can speak with an attendant. The staff at Magdalen's promise treatments for the deleterious effects of the high wilderness: loneliness, desperation, folly, regret, love. An attendant in the foyer schedules appointments with the aid of a hefty daybook and a very accurate clock. They are eager to explain the procedures and the rules that govern here. This is a hospital for the spirit. Our staff will become the person you need. Here you may say farewell to a doomed comrade, resurrect an old love, spar with a defeated enemy, all for a fair price, but do not overindulge. Our services are to heal, not to become an addiction. A waltz can be heard from the upper floors. Someone has requested the recreation of the Sapphire Jubilee. We can talk to patients being discharged. They exit the treatment chambers, fresh from their encounters with attendants in the guise of their most personal memories. Some leave smiling, others weeping. No one can resist looking back behind them, even just for a peek. The scream of a boiling kettle. The attendants are on break. We can observe guests going in for treatment. Some smile, others weep. One lady has a terrible gleam in her eye. Another a recording device. Yes, Miss Temperance, Yikes is very much what Magdalene's is like. Yikes is a lot of what this game is like, to be honest. A trio of guests is going in together, all dark-haired and straight-backed. Yes, I know it's not the real thing, but I'd like a sense of closure, the tall woman says. What rot, barks the short woman next to her. You want to argue over the will again. I've told you once I'm not giving up the spoons based on a charlatan's say-so. Do be quiet, please, the one man says. I, for one, am more than happy to hear again why I was lumbered with the third best wardrobe. A tomb colonist is visiting a friend. Attendants draw lots to see who has to don the bandages this time. We can seek a meeting with the amenable host. Unfortunately, the host has many calls on their time, and you have yet to become a known face around these parts. Perhaps once you have availed yourself of the services, they will have time to speak. Looks like it's all we can do there for the moment. Ooh, we can treat our nightmares or treat our terror. I don't believe we do not have any nightmares at the moment, but we do have a little bit of terror, so let's see what happens. The skies are full of terrible wonders. All skyfarers see more than they should when they sail the sunless sky. The sound of soft laughter and the occasional sob echo through the stained glass walls of the treatment chambers. An attendant sits guard before the door. I'll just need to ask for the particulars. We will always alleviate your fears, but the method is at your discretion. All treatments will lower your terror equally. So, if other things were available to us, we could do them, but for the moment our only option is to spend a salon-stewed gossip to request a treatment for guilt. 32 terror. I think I'd like to reduce terror. The attendant nods solemnly. Congratulations. You are the last entry in the journal. He makes a note in a large red leather-bound book. Today's journal, at any rate. The attendant holds up a candle before 4 doors of mirrored glass. 4 of our staff are available today. Each has their own speciality. Their names are not yours to know, only their craft. He smiles suddenly, his teeth gleaming like links on a chain. You know yourself best. Who can tend your wounded heart? Whoever you need you can find between one of these doors. Someone from the past? A very boring individual indeed. Their tedium was sublimely crafted. Someone who once meant a very great deal. They are not with you now. We've lost a lot of crewmen recently. He is waiting in the shadows of a room laid out like the mess hall of your locomotive. His fingers tremble on the railing. The rancour in his eyes is exactly as you remember. What did you say that day? What did you do? There is no hiding from that gaze. No illusion survives contact with the weight of that loathing. He does not speak once. Your terror has fallen. By a lot, in fact. So, does that mean we can talk to... Ooh, we can. The founder and master of ceremonies at Magdalen's. He has requested you by name. An attendant escorts you through the dazzling violet corridors. The host's red door is always open. The attendant leaves you just as the clock begins to chime. The amenable host reclines on a couch of crushed velvet, a goblet of sparkling wine in his long fingers. Somewhere in the tower above him, a great clock ticks away. As a policy, the host's atrium is always open to guests. He is available to hear opinions, friendly criticism and suggestions. Today he has a headache. Let's listen to his request. His voice is soft and sibilant, like butter melting in candlelight. A guest has become rather too attached to a particular attendant. He always requests that the same attendant appear in exactly the same guise. The amenable host's lip curls in distaste. He reiterates the aim of Magdalen's, a place of healing and respite. It was not meant to feed obsession or self-indulgent self-loathing. This guest brings sickness. I would have him purged. I have a dossier on our guest, if you're interested in helping. Why not? The amenable host has requested help in removing a customer who is blurring the boundaries of healer and patient. I'm so glad you want to help. He produces a thin sliver of pages and passes them to you. I'd recommend taking on the role of one of our attendants. That way you'd be playing the role of someone significant to him. The amenable host sighs, reaching for his goblet. He knows all of our attendants by voice now. Someone new is needed. Deal with the lachrymose guest. He stands on the threshold of the treatment chambers, his hands trembling. The attendants on duty have been informed about your involvement. How do you plan to deal with him? A treatment chamber has been emptied for you, should you wish to adopt a guise from his past. Alternatively, he is standing right there. He does not seem to have noticed you, his eyes instead boring through the doors of the treatment rooms. We can approach directly. Disguises have caused this poor sod enough trouble. We could disguise ourselves as his mother. She drove them apart once. An attendant will help you with the wig and makeup, another with the voice. Or we can disguise ourselves as his lover. The attendant normally on duty is more than happy to assist you. Anything, as long as it gets rid of him. Mother, I guess. You look just like the faded daguerreotype, down to the teeth. You gnash your jaws reflexively. The lachrymose guest's eyes widen as he enters the chamber. This is a mistake. I didn't ask for this. You never do you? You get to work. When it's over, you doubt he will be returning ever again. The amenable host. Attendant escorts us. The amenable host smiles beatifically. Of course. My staff will be pleased. It's a risk of our trade when our clients can no longer separate identity and illusion, but seldom pleasant. He sighs deeply, echoing around the chamber like a newly freed dove. It's a trap any of us could fall into. His face darkens briefly. Here, take this. He fishes around beneath his couch for one of his goblets. It'll fetch a pretty price. Take it with my thanks. And do visit us again. 100 sovereigns. Excellent. Does he have any other need for us? He's got another request. Excellent. He's melancholy today. Not to mention irritable. He has a job for you, he says, his voice rich with unhappiness. I admired your discretion earlier. He sighs. You have seen the dangers of our work upon those who abuse our service, yet we are not immune to it ourselves. He draws your attention to several paintings on the walls. My regulars have at various points requested that I be a prospector on Lustrum, heir to a fine house in Port Prosper, and a titan of industry on New Winchester. Very specific requests. And more, I have vivid memories of being all three. Yet all cannot be true, surely. He presses the locket into your hand. This bears my image. See if anyone remembers me. I can't remember who I was before this. If I could be other than I am, I'd like to know. Okay, so 3 places we need to go. Shops. What's going on at the bazaar? Seeds for Magdalene's. I do not have any seeds to sell. Beatrice's exchange. We've got souls, which we need to sell somewhere else. How are we for fuel? We need more fuel. And we need more supplies. That will do nicely. I think that's everything we need to do here. But it is, good grief, 9:15. I need to recharge my drink because I have been talking a lot and I need to keep sipping. So, going to go on break very briefly, and I shall be back in a few minutes. See you shortly. Right, welcome back. When last we left, we had just investigated the joys of Magdalene's, and now we have a little mission for the amenable host who runs the place. But in the meantime, we have other things that are supposed to make us money. So we're supposed to be northwest of New Winchester, so somewhere in this area is supposed to be one of the places we're looking for. So we're going to continue onwards and see what we can find up here. Let's send out our little bat, see if he's got anything new for us. He has. We've got something around here. What is one of these when it's at home? It's a glowing rock. That doesn't, requires mining. Okay, well that's useful to know about. At any rate, let's do another little search. Didn't find anything. Okay. So we'll take... Ooh. Let's dodge you. Can we hit you? That's the question. We can. Hey. Did the job. What can we loot from you? The largest chunk of the cantankery still lives. They can be slow to die, stubbornness perhaps, or the sluggish journey of signals along their calcified nerves. We can listen to its last complaint. Its parting grumble is bitter and mournful. Your crew share tales of the cantankery to distract them from the noise. Gain experience, a sky story, and hear tales of the cantankery. Sure. The cantankery grumbles, a sound like grinding millstones. They hate new things, one of your crew suggests. That's why they attack engines. A grizzled stoker snorts. Everything's new to them. Their world died before ours was even born. 50 experience and a sky story. Onwards. Let's do a bit of a check. Ooh, we found something up here. You're not wrong, Shizzy. Glory's Cross. Oh, here's another one. Doop. That's range. There we go. So we can reduce terror, we can try and get an uncanny specimen again. Yeah, let's do this. Partial success. Wow, that's the best I've managed. None of the remaining pieces are whole enough to be of interest, either academic or ghoulish. However, you do find a few fragments of carapace veined with what looks like gold. You've gained 14 sovereigns. Well, partial success is the best kind of success that I've had so far today. I don't think I've succeeded since the tutorial test where you can't fail. A homestead tucked away in a quiet corner of the sky. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization. We've had that before. You set down beside a pockmarked homestead with a holey roof and cracked windows. Its inhabitants have struggled through a bad year and will find the next one worse. They're proud and insist on making a fair trade. Trade supplies for bronzewood. Yeah, you know what? We do need some bronzewood. Something else this way. Let's see what we can find. What is this? An abandoned signal box. This signal box has been blasted by weapon fire. Despite the holes, the shattered tiles, the fractured beams, it still has enough structural integrity for you to climb inside without risk. It was made with care and pride. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates they must later replenish it. Captains who withdraw from the cash should note their name and ship and what they took. Occasionally they add anecdotes. I don't need anything from it at the moment, but let's read the ledger. The handwriting is poor, but legible. Captain Welton deposited supplies superstitious after a run of bad luck. There is a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain details various damages done to their engine and the causes. Hull, aggrieved cantankery, backplate, bad launch off Port Prosper, front plate, bad landing on Port Prosper, hull again, Jones. A change in personnel gives the captain optimism for the next leg of the journey. And we gain a sky story. 2 sky stories. We are leaving. Let's head out this direction. What are you? You are not friendly is what you are. Hey, there we go. Well, that caused a lot of damage. Never mind. The crew of this weathered engine had been driven mad by the winds and the stars and the things that haunt the sky. 72% chance of success, or we can scavenge for parts. I'm a sucker. Success! Success! Remarkable. The captain's door is covered in noughts and crosses. So it transpires is the rest of his cabin, his logs, and his body. In every game, the noughts won. Your search turns up a few valuables, and you return to your engine. You've gained a sky story and 33 sovereigns. Okay. We are going to have to contemplate heading back to New Winchester at some point. It's assuming we don't just run out of food and die. We can probably make it back to Magdalen's if we really have to. I appreciate your confidence in me, Miss Temperance. Perhaps should contemplate being less gleeful about the fact that we're running out of food. Don't like it here, Captain, an engineer complains. The rest of the crew murmur. She speaks for them, too. Oh, what have we found? Nothing. Okay. You're down to the last dregs of your supplies. The unlabelled tins. The wormy biscuits. Right, we're going to have to try and swing back round to Magdalene's. We might make it. We cannot afford to use the bat anymore. Which is mildly frustrating, but we work with what we've got. And what we've got is no food. Cue the ominous music, or at least the even more ominous music. Oh, this isn't looking good. I kind of thought there'd be a cut through there, but there's really not. We're being steered away. We may be a bit fucked. Chance's gloom. Oh no. No, no, no. No. No, no, no. Run away. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Scavenge. Fucking crockery. I don't need crockery. What's this? Ooh, this looks promising. This looks like actual working stuff. Come on, come on. Tell me you've got a port here somewhere. I don't want to use my bat. Kenyon's hand. That doesn't have any ports on it. That's deeply frustrating. Ooh! More crap in the sea! More crap in the sea. Munitions! Not terribly helpful. Fine, bat. Oh my god, the bat has found nothing. Right, we keep going south. We just keep going. We dodge all of these people and we keep going south. We hope like fuck that we find something. Nope. Don't care. Battle of Culverston. How reassuring. No, still nothing on the map yet. Can't use the bat anymore. Oh, mistakes were made. An unfortunate passing. Shaking hands, stomach pangs, delirium. As your crew starve, the accidents begin. A corpse has been found in the engine room. A ruptured pipe released a fatal jet of steam. The body's flesh is seared. The crew gather round. Someone's stomach rumbles. We are not yet frantic with hunger, so we cannot dispose of it more pragmatically right now. Quickly, before someone suggests the unforgivable. Wash the body and wrap it in muslin, gather the crew, conduct a simple ceremony and mutter a handful of platitudes. Was the deceased really an example of diligence, or forthright, or well-mannered? Afterwards, open an external hatch and give the dead to the winds and the cold and the grey, ghostly mists. You now have 2 desperation, half-starved. You've lost 1 crew. You've gained 2 terror. Another crew member lost. I'm going to be seeking treatments for guilt again, I think, in the future. Seems like it could happen. There's a lot of fungus going on around here. There's a lot of really kind of scary looking fungus. Still not really showing any signs of anywhere to park. Discontent. An engineer cries out, her voice hoarse as a professional mourner. It's gone! She points through one of the stained glass windows. A star! It winked out! You look through the glass. Stars burn upon the firmament. The specific patch of sky she's pointing to is indeed empty, but you couldn't say if a star had been there before. We can make a joke of it, and her. When we can't face the truth, we laugh at it. We could set a watch on the stars. Is it true? If you organised a rota of observers, would you see it happen? But it will mean exposing the watchers to the stars' perilous light. We've got more of a chance of this than the other one. Failure. Your careful schedule lasts until the 3rd night, when 2 of the watch persons are struck down by an overwhelming melancholy. Their eyes are dazzled with starlight. You are forced to relieve them of duty before the ailment afflicts anyone else. You've lost 2 crew. Oh dear. Things are not good. Yeah. Yes, bare minimum is 6 crew. I don't know exactly what. An unfortunate passing. Shaking hands. Stomach pangs. Delirium. How pragmatic are we? Do we feel that right now is pragmatism time? Pragmatism it is. The decision is made. No one speaks at dinner. No one meets your eye. No one looks too closely at the stringy meat bobbing in the broth. Spoons clink. The talk ticks. Bellies fill. You've gained 1 desperation. You now have 3. Ravenous. You've lost 1 crew. New total 2. You've gained 15 terror. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Wowza, man. We don't truck with filthy monarchists here. Republicans only. We'll eat the rich when we get the chance. Oh no, I don't want anything to do with this shit. Faith's fall. What remains of the behemoth's carapace is scarred with sigils. Most are marred and broken, some still holding a sullen, resentful power. Your locomotive is stopped on a broad, flat section of the shell. The few sigils nearby are too cracked to risk much harm. We do not have the facilities to do anything with this. Ooh! Ugh! No! Tentacle train! No, tentacle train! Tentacle train, no! Nope. Strip for repairs. Do not like tentacle train. No, we've done Faith's Fall. Leave. Faith's Fall is bad. We go this way. We go away. Oh dear. You've gained 1 desperation. You now have 4 on death's door. Thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body. I don't think we're getting out of this, people. I think mistakes have been made, and things have gone poorly. But that's fine. What began as a rattle grew to a rumble, and now it roars and shakes in your locomotive's cylinder like caged thunder. The steel radiates searing heat. A pressurized whistle climbs in shrillness. Steam jets from seams in the metal. The engineering crew back nervously away. You clear the engine room, get the crew to safety before the cylinder splits. No sooner are you all out of the engine room than a deafening blast rips through it. Scouring steam fogs its glass hatch, preventing you from seeing the extent of the damage. You've lost 6 hull. Yeah, I know I'm low on fuel, little advice bubble. My lack of fuel and supplies is something that I am deeply, deeply familiar with. A commotion from the aft. A crewman mad with hunger has seized the knife and is rampaging through the engine. Will appeal to the shreds of the man he used to be, I guess? He will not listen. He lunges for you, and there is a grunting, desperate struggle over the knife until it finds a home in his heart. You are left dishevelled, bloody and shaking, your hands slick with blood. What if you had been an instant slower, a fraction less strong? You have no crew. Terrors at 99. Bacchae. Here in the heavens there is no defence from the maddening light of the stars. Your crew, if you had one, would no doubt have cracked by now, made vulnerable by the horrors you've witnessed, the dangers you've escaped, the glorious, awful secrets you have learned. But you have no crew. There is only you, and you are fine. Absolutely fine. How could you not be? You are the lonely regent of this patch of the sky. The captain's chair is your throne. Your will is law. Is this how God felt when the world was young? That night, the stars invite you to join them, and you set course for the brightest of their number. For a time, all is well. You are untroubled by lesser company. It's just you and the stars. Your chariot carries you through the heavens towards their resplendent courts. Then, impertinently, your engines die. The cold begins to encroach. You order it back, but icicles fringe the piping despite your desires. You are forced to dirty yourself with oil and manual labour. It's possible your newly elevated mindset causes you to make a mistake. A cross fuel line perhaps, a leak you missed. But when the engine reaches temperature, there's an explosion. Briefly, a small, bright star joins the others in the sky. So, I think we shall resume from the last autosave rather than forcing ourselves back to the beginning, because I think that will be less frustrating a watching experience. I'm not sure what our last autosave was. Let's have a look at the journal. So we've spoken to Magdalene's, we've talked to the amenable host, shops, exchange, we've got 3 fuel and 4 supplies. Right, so we are departing. So we learned a whole bunch of new things. None of them were terribly helpful. So this time we're going to swing round towards New Winchester instead, and get rid of some of our port reports and some other bits and pieces. And see how things go from there. So that was just a fever dream. Nothing happened there. Everything is fine. Although we can't get around that way. So we're going to go back up this way and round. "10 seconds away from a port." Oof. Well, shit happens. I mean, let's be honest, being 10 seconds away from a port and going insane is probably about the most Sunless Skies thing that can happen to you. We will explore back up there at some point in the future. A giant eye, also reassuring. You know what? We probably didn't need that right now. A giant eye would probably have just been the icing on the cake. So we didn't have much success on this run. We found a couple of ports, but not as many as I'd hoped. We are... well, you know, sometimes you just got to take the risk. So, let's head down to Victory Hall, drop off some port reports. Right. Visit Victory Hall. Deliver port reports to the indurate veteran. Her tireless exertions during the blockade earned her both a seat on the Assembly and enemies in London. She likes to keep abreast of events. She listens with a scowl. Well, I'd rather know than not, I suppose. And thank you for bringing this to me rather than the bloody stovepipes. I'll arrange a gratuity. 200 sovereigns, plus we have 2 Tacites gratitude, 2 fortunes Tacites, and the stovepipes have lost 2 fortunes. Excellent. So, we've got 2 favours that we could trade in. I think we'll hold off on trading favours for the moment until we know what we actually need. Okay. Right. Onwards. Let's head round the corner. To New Winchester. Right, let's hire some crew. Two crew, excellent. A scrubbed clerk begs a moment of your time. I represent Halliger's, the banking house. I promise this will only take a moment of your unquestionably valuable time. He produces a folded contract with a flourish. We hear promising things about you, comrade. Very promising things. We would like to extend our services. We provide a secure solution for the storage of your assets. Absolute discretion and steadfastness unto death and beyond. We require only a signature. The offer is entirely complimentary, I assure you. At Halliger's we measure ourselves by the quality of our clientele. This will unlock a bank vault, allowing you to store and withdraw items at any hub port. That's useful. There, it's done. I'm certain that this represents the beginning of a long and warm relationship between ourselves and your lineage. May it endure. I bid you good day, comrade. So we can access the bank in any central port. You'll be able to access the contents of the bank. If your captain dies, contents of your bank will be inherited by your next captain. Okay. So, does that mean we have the bank now? Excellent. Well, I don't think we're putting anything in there at the moment. So, explore the city. Oh yes. Search for the amenable host's identity. The initial search is fruitless. People giggle at the antiquated fashion on display in the daguerreotype, the tilt of the jaw, the unfortunate arrangement of hair, but the proprietor of the round table seems to recognise the face. Oh yes, rice sod he was. She holds the locket up to catch the falling starlight through a window. Wanted to open a factory here a few years back. Something went wrong and there was a workers' revolt. Not been seen since. You have uncovered nothing definitively conclusive here. You may return to the amenable host or look elsewhere. We will do all three locations before returning. How's the war doing? The assembly runs New Winchester from Victory Hall. Still neutral, no change. So, I think that's everything that we need to do here other than shop. Victoria Market. We could do with some more of each of those. So, let's have a look at journal. So we've got to go to Lustrum and back to Port Prosper. Well, we at least know where Port Prosper is. We're trying to deliver a settler to Lustrum. But we don't know where Lustrum is, unfortunately, which is frustrating. We haven't talked to the incognito princess. Let's have a chat to her. From the tiara-crested brow downwards, there is nothing about the incognito princess that is not incandescent. She is like the sun, and about as dangerous to anything in the vicinity. Wherever the princess goes, she looks around with a surplus of curiosity and a complete lack of care. While she seems incapable of discerning between the two, the incognito princess seems intrigued by any mention of daring-do and abyssal horror. So, in order to talk to her, we need a tale of terror and a sky story, and all of the sky stories I got we lost when I died because I hadn't got them yet. So I guess we need to do a little bit of exploration. Well, we have a bunch of supplies and nothing else to do with them. So let's take a trip. Yeah, let's go. Let's continue mapping out the north here. Trapisto's hurry. Mr. Bat, what do you have to say about the world? Ooh, a port, no less. How are we getting there? Let's see if we can get around the top here. That sounds like it might be the way. Old stones and forgotten ruins lie tumbled across the sky. A new smell behind the coal and the oil, the green, unlikely scent of apples. Port Avon. Well, at least we now found somewhere to get the seeds. Behold, a ruin of giants. Gargantuan blocks jigsaw together, furred with moss and whispering with orchards. A bucolic village nestles amongst them. Smoke coils daintily from the chimneys. A leisurely game of cricket unfolds on the village green. A ramshackle dock juts into the sky beside a farmyard scattered with rusty locomotive parts, plating, piping, a chugging motor with its innards exposed. An oily-faced black-haired girl waves your locomotive into position. "Welcome to Port Avon," she calls, as you disembark. A rich knot of scents greet you, leaves and wood smoke, enriched by an infrequent but pungent intrusion of goat. Port Avon welcomes new visitors, but your novelty will wear off the more time you spend there. When you visit in the future, you may need to bring something to keep them friendly. Your Port Avon welcome is now 3. Port Avon spills prettily across sections of colossal drifting ruins. Its orchards bask in the evening gold light of a distant nebula. Write a report. Let's get that out of the way. Were it not for talk of smugglers and sky beasts, you could easily confuse this place for a village on the world you left behind. It's quite peaceful here. Apart from some fuss over a newspaper delivery, the villagers frown and change the subject when you ask about it. And so we either need a salon stewed gossip or caddy of dried tea to increase our... Ooh. A repentant devil. What does he want? He's looking for passage. He claims to be useful. He doesn't ask where you're headed. He's repentant. There can be no harm. This will give you a signaller who will increase your iron by 2, your veils by 6, and your affiliation academe by 1. I'm sure it's fine. Ooh, 108 sovereigns and need 100. No. As much as I'd like to, I don't think we can afford that at the moment. What's going on in the village green? A golden nebula scintillates above Port Avon's apple trees, allotments, eelfishers and steepled church. Here you may, if you choose, immerse yourself in the village's quaint rhythms. The auroral sommelier. Someone has grafted brass wheels to the carcass of an old armoire and impaled its top with a jaunty damasked umbrella. A man stands behind it, flesh and finery the colours of the dawn, shepherding customers through their sampling of wines. Sweet wines, sour wines, subtle wines, and sinful spirits of every vintage, save of course the Hesperidian cider. He gives a small, sad laugh. I know, because I looked. This is the only place with real apples, but even here that cider eludes me. He beckons you with a gloved hand. We ask about the Hesperidian cider, a rare vintage unheard of and unseen since London. This merits investigation. Come here. Come close and listen, you effervescent thing. I have a story. An associate of mine, he once gave me a sip of it, one golden drop to place under my tongue, and my life was changed. A carnivorous pleasure steeps in his voice as he speaks. I went back to the store immediately, of course, but the price was too much. And then, eventually, the dreams drained away, and now I'm here, serving wine to drunks. His laughter is black and bitter, but the auroral sommelier gives you the address nonetheless, just in case. If you decide to risk the grief, savour it for me. But we need to get to London for that. The village green, the heart of the village, surrounded by orchards of real apple trees that were shipped through the avid horizon as seeds. We can either take a relaxing stroll around the village, or we can watch a cricket match. The crack of willow on leather, a hesitant smattering of applause. The game could charitably be described as stately, but there's a moment of excitement when the batsman hits a six and the ball whizzes over the thatched roofs, off the edge of the port, and is lost forever in the starry deeps. The audience groans. Play stops while someone goes to get another ball. "87% chance of success if we visit the allotments. In fenced plots across Port Avon, grizzled horticulturalists tame the rampant vegetation of the reach." Success! The contents of the allotments are unlike familiar vegetables, but it helps to look for the similarities. That bulbous squash is too lumpen, too spotty, too purple to be a marrow, but it is more like a marrow than it is like a cucumber. The little fruits clumped on the serpentine vines are certainly not cherries. Cherries are not hairy, but they are closer to cherries than they are to, say, kiwi fruit. Or otters. Call it a marrow, then. Call them cherries. It helps somehow. The gardener, mistaking your cognitive reshuffle for hunger, offers you a handful of freshly dug, tapered, tiger-striped roots. Let's call them carrots. You now have one uncanny specimen. There are Cyclopean ruins. We have to visit the Cyclopean ruins. What palace was this? What giant king made his home here? And why did he abandon the vast store of souls that the locals still quarry from beneath the stones? Perhaps you might risk a furtive excavation of your own. Not one of the looming stones is quite square, yet they all slot together immaculately. What were these ruins before their fall? Even their bones are tall and stately as the finest cathedrals of old France. What purpose did they serve in the past? Plentiful days when the sun still shone. So we can conduct a nocturnal excavation. Port Avon's chief export is souls, quarried from vast stores entombed within the ruins. You'll need assistance, luck and discretion. The locals would not approve. Or we can... well, that's no good. Our hold is full, so that's no use to us whatsoever. So we can enjoy the picturesque surroundings, how they roar, how tragic, how solemn, like the most rampant visions of Turner. Success will gain you a vision of the heavens. All is well, apparently. 45%. Fuck it. Partial success. Better than we could have hoped for. Not alone. Your piece is interrupted by a whistling. A popular tune, appallingly executed. A painter is here. He set his back to a towering arch and is painting its reflection from a mirror sat beside his easel. The mirror's glass is black, dulling the vibrant green of the moss and the scintillating hues of the sky. The truly picturesque requires a certain restraint, he explains, frowning irritably over his shoulder at the splendid view. This is trying rather too hard, don't you think? His presence has ruined the atmosphere, but your walk is not unpleasant. You are no longer welcome in Port Avon, and may be able to come so again at the dock. Right, so that's everything we can do here. Bazaar. What's the bazaar saying? Bargains available. Sacks of verdant seeds. We do need seeds. What can we sell? And how many seeds do we actually need? 3 sacks. Right. Fuck it. We are ditching. We are ditching. Oh. Ugh. Fine, we're going to have to come back. Right, in which case we're going to explore some more. See if we can't find anywhere else. Ooh. And we're going to just drive into the scenery. F. Let's see. Oh, that was a hit. Hey. Loot. Partial success. 5 sovereigns. Okay, fine. So, what did you find and where are we going for it? Something up there. Onwards. Wilkinsonstead. Yeah, over this direction. Whoa. No, 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 no. You... Nope. Oh, well, if you insist on detonating all on your own, then I'm not going to complain. Loot. 49% chance. 38% chance. But I might lose crew. Yeah. Still, the cantankerous resists death. As your crewman tugs at a slick, knobbled gland, the beast spasms. Gritty ichors spray across his sky suit, chewing at the leather. When you drag him back aboard, it's clear he will not last long. He still clutches the extracted gland. Its colour is halfway between liver and granite. We found a thing for mining. That's not terribly helpful. What else can we find around here? Something. Something nearby. Ah. An abandoned signal box. The signal box is shrouded in grey. Close up you see that the box is covered in delicate webs studded with cocoons. From the blue and white pattern of one bundle, it appears a spider has trapped a teapot. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but customs dictate they must later replenish it. Let's read the ledger. The handwriting is poor, but legible. Captain Smith withdrew fuel, giving no reason. There is a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain describes the dapple of distant starlight falling over their engine, the long hours spent in the watchful dark, suddenly shattered by a dazzle of cold radiance. When will they know such splendour again? So, how are we doing here? Oh, that is not something we can drive under. Let's see what we can... I do not want any part of what's going on over there. So this is going to take us kind of back where we've been before. So let's take a turn down in this direction. Okay, tackety scout, nothing wrong with those. Let's listen to the last complaint. The cantankerous emits a long, flatulent eruption. It sounds as if someone had punctured a hippo. An engineer clears his throat. Once saw a herd of cantankerous mob a scorn fluke. Must have been 24 of them, so furious they impaled themselves on its spines to get at it. 50 experience and a sky story. So, I think we're going to head back down this direction. Tackety scout is fine, we don't mind those. And more importantly, they don't mind us and won't shoot at us. A distant nebula shines on this place, its light as mellow as melted butter. So, we're going to head out this direction and see what we can find. Head east. we found? Something down here. What are we coming up on? The wreck of the Typhoon, another scarred casualty of the interminable Winchester War. Strip of repairs. And let's send out a scout. Nothing to report. Well, let's continue on this way. I don't like the way that it's getting darker. That seems less than optimal. Let's go searching for stuff. We found some. Oh, we found a port. Where is it? Where is it? And more importantly, what is it? The princess looks concerned. Why would you name a wood after a traitor? A sewer, maybe? Somerset Camp. Traitor's Wood. The forest's edge. Traitor's Wood is a sprawling, secluded forest on the edge of the Reach. Few venture beneath its gloomy boughs, and legend speaks of a king who sleeps under the barrow at the wood's heart. What's the bazaar got? So we can buy barrels of unseasoned hours. What do we have at the moment? We do have a need for hours, don't we? 5 barrels of unseasoned hours, south-southeast of New Winchester for the ringmaster. Okay. How many do we have at the moment? We've already got 3. Okay, buy 2. We have 5. That's what we need. And we're going to... we have no money anymore. Okay, that's fine too. I'm sure that's fine. Stories. The Forest's Edge. The forest rises behind the station, where a few tents have been set up. What might be an owl calls from somewhere in the wood. In the far distance, a great stone barrow rises over the trees. The glade, an oasis of wildflowers and sweet meadow field in the midst of the brooding trees, is where captains meet to do business and bring their ventures into the wood to conclusion. Write a port report. There's no one here, but perhaps someone will take an interest in how the wood fares. Outside of the Somerset camp, the great forest of bronzewood trees has gone untouched by human hands. Voices sound in the deeps of the woods, forlorn and far away. The wood is vast, and vastly lonely. We can explore the glade. Birds trill in nearby trees, and the sweet scent of flowers pervades the air. There is no one here at present, but there are signs of recent passage. A discarded set of cups from some clandestine picnic, loose paper hastily torn from a notebook, a few bullets in scorched grass. People come to the glade to conduct meetings, as neutral ground and as a place to think, secluded from the watchful gaze of the high wilderness. A group of sad-looking tents huddle together on the edge of the wood. Figures sit around a campfire, bickering. You move through the damp of the wood, the ground beneath your feet slick with fresh fallen rain. The figures around the campfire do not seem to have heard you, engrossed entirely in their argument. 3 figures draped in scholars' robes huddle around a campfire. They're arguing about kings. A banner in the colours of Somerset, London University's most respectable college, gleams in the firelight. As you approach, the discussion dies. One of the scholars, a woman with a fierce expression, stands up. "Only scholars should be here. Are you one?" "No, you're not. Perhaps a gift would persuade them to let you enter the camp. They look wretched camped out here." I do not have the supplies to spare, so we will come back to you in the future. The wood is vast as a felled giant, and fathomless as a great ocean. Like the ocean, much of it is hidden from view. Careful expeditions are required to go deeper into the wood. The forest is rich and wild in the verdant species of the reach. Exploring the starlight-dappled edges of the wood could be profitable. You may only perform one of these actions a fortnight. The wood guards its secrets. So we can gather flowers, 43% chance of success. We can hunt, 19%, or we can slumber, no. So, let's give this a try. Are we looking 43? It's not the worst chance we've ever done. Failure, look at that. We've lost a crew member. This quiet verge by a gushing, gurgling stream is adorned with flowers as bright as Navarrete gems. Your knees are soon green with grass stains as you probe the delicate flowers in search of seeds. Your crew assist, wandering the fringes of the forest in search of other flora. A stoker pulls you away from your work. A crew member is missing. They heard a woman's voice from deeper in the wood and ventured further in. They do not return. Welp. I guess we're leaving? Yeah, no. I don't think we're doing that at the moment. We do not have the resources. So, I think at this point we head back to New Winchester with our port reports. And make ourselves some money. And our next trip is going to be to attempt to find the circus so that we can offload this cargo of ours that we've picked up. So the question is, can we take a shortcut across here? I suspect the answer is no, but it's always worth a look. How are we for... Let's send out Mr. Bat. What have we got? Oh, there was something back there. That is something we will find in the future. No backtracking here. Not at the moment. What's this? Just prettiness, okay. Okay, we can in fact get across here. We'll take the north edge of this. This looks less than promising. The clamour of New Winchester can be heard on the wind, familiar as a disagreeable uncle. Okay. Whatever that was once is not anymore, and is not our problem. Let's send Mr. Bat out. Tackety Scout. We like Tacketies. Let's get ourselves to Victory Hall, and then we can come back to New Winchester. We definitely have enough resources to do that. Dock. Deliver port reports. 200 sovereigns, more gratitude. Savage secrets. Tale of terror. Okay. What else can we get from Victory Hall? Otherworldly artifact. No, not at the moment. Let's get ourselves to New Winchester and get some supplies. The Fortunate Navigator and Mr. Menagerie. Let's do this in the right order. We need supplies. That's the critical point. What's going on at the bazaar? Five barrels of ours for Leadbeater and Stainrod Nature Reserve. Nectar for Magdalene's. We know where Magdalene's is. Don't know where we can get Chorister Nectar right now. I'm going to leave those be for the moment. Actually, no. Let's take the Leadbeater and Stainrod one. We have the supplies for that, so if we find the Nature Reserve instead of the circus, we can still sell the things there. I did not mean to close that. Okay. So, stories. Fortunate navigator. A first officer. We already have a first officer and we can't afford him anyway. Mr. Menagerie. A tattered poster by the station advertises the services of a Mr. Menagerie, purveyor of fine scouts. An accompanying picture displays a tall, cloaked figure, slightly stooped, clutching an array of adorable little beasts close to its long chest. A pile of cages looms out of the smog. You can buy scouts from Mr. Menagerie, but he will move on after your visit. So what are the options here? We can buy a star-smitten bat. It nestles in the crook of Mr. Menagerie's neck, burbling happily. Its eyes gleam with pale fire like one who has looked too long at a star. Star-smitten bat has good range, returns after finding one discovery and conveys little information about what it finds, but it requires mirrors 25 or more to use. And I need things I don't have to be able to buy it. Purchase an intrepid cavy. A large guinea pig wearing a plumed helmet is dozing in a hutch. It's sleeping next to an intricate mechanical bat. The intrepid cavy has good range, returns after finding one discovery, but conveys more information about what it finds. It requires mirrors 50 or more to use, and you need a searing enigma. Or you can purchase a ratronaut. The rat in the cage at the top of the pile is wearing a miniature skysuit and a very determined expression. The ratronaut has good range, can find up to 3 discoveries before returning, but conveys little information about what it finds. It requires mirrors 75 to use, and you need a moment of inspiration and a condemned experiment. Well, we're not buying anything here. Oh, Mr. Menagerie has gone to the Regent's Obelisk, which you have made into a gaudy amusement. I'm guessing that's the circus? We don't need to repair the locomotive. We do need crew. We don't have the opportunity to hire more crew at the moment. That's frustrating. So, journal. Not journal. Possessions. Circus ringmaster. 5 barrels of unseasoned hours. Palmyra and plenty inconceivable circus. South-southeast of New Winchester. South-southwest of New Winchester. So, we go south somewhere. I guess we try coming down this way and see what we find. Scamps and narrow. Let's send out our little bat. Ooh. What have we got here? Supplies, excellent. Onwards and southwards. Well, I guess with that happy fortunateness, we can afford to be a little bit more we can do a little bit more bat sense. I would say this kind of counts as south-southeast. Hopefully somewhere around here there is a circus. Ooh. That's a port. That looks like it might be a circus as well. Hark! A signaller cries. You do, and hear the oompa oompa of distant circus music perpetrated by a straining tuba. This definitely looks circus-ish. Right, let's dock up and see what we can grab here. Right. Sell the unseasoned hours for a very good profit. A gentleman must prepare for his retirement, the ringmaster says. I intend mine to be long and indolent. You join him at the fire to drink cups of chorister nectar and watch the stars wheel. And we can buy seeds, which we can then take to the place of the stuff that's almost therapy but isn't really. So, we have an amiable vagabond, a signaller. You find him waiting serenely at Gervaise's rest, clay pipe clamped between his teeth. He claims to be an expert in snake wrangling, thimble twisting and stick swinging. He professes to be a psychologist, mythologist and escapologist. He boasts he can tell stories that'll haunt you till you die, and play tunes that'll make stones dance. If all that fails to entice you, he supposes he could turn his hand to signalling. And he does not require money. So, he will give you hearts, +4 veils, and affiliation bohemia. Well, we don't have a signaller, so let's have a signaller. When you accept him aboard, he pulls a grimy bottle of something opaque and unidentifiable from his inner coat pocket and takes a long, celebratory swig. "Hope you're not having second thoughts already," he says, and roars with laughter. He has no luggage to speak of, just the bindle over his shoulder and a fiddle in a battered leather case. Once he's slung both onto his bed, he heads to the galley and starts performing card tricks and telling ribald jokes to the crew. Most find him charming, several make their apologies and abscond. Can we talk to him? He can usually be found in good spirits and good company, gambling, laughing, playing a tune. Failing that, he will be deep in conversation with some cornered crew member or other, quizzing them about their personal history with every sign of sincere interest. If left alone, he grows restless. He sleeps late, rises early, eager to be among the crew once more. You ask him to play you a tune. Before you finish your sentence, the vagabond is already tucking the fiddle under his bearded chin. "Want me to break your heart?" he asks. The vagabond's fiddle is scuffed and scratched. It looks like it's been broken several times and pieced back together inexpertly. And yet, the tune which he coaxes from it is a soaring, searing, soul-stinging lament. It reminds you of precious things you've nearly forgotten, and raw things you'd rather forget. By the time the vagabond is finished, he has tears in his eyes, and so do half the crew. The silence rings like a bell, and then the vagabond laughs, and the spell is broken. The Inconceivable Circus. The greatest show, that's what the adverts promise. The reality is not impressive. Aside from the big top that dominates the circus, the place is shabby, poorly maintained, and even more poorly attended. Bored-looking circus folk run rotting booths. The clowns, painted on smiles, are no match for the deep-set misery behind the grease paint. Even the Calliope music, playing on a run-down piano, is more grimly resolute than cheery. We will write a port report, because those are important. The big top looms dramatically in the fog of the Reach, but it's not nearly as imposing as the massive obelisk floating nearby. Some enterprising soul has hung bunting between it and the big top. For the circus itself, outside of the performers, it's practically deserted. You may be the first new face in the audience for quite a while. Purchase tickets to the circus. How much do they want? 10. Sure. The urchin hands over your tickets with no apparent enthusiasm. Thanks, he mutters. You now have 5 tickets. Enter the big top, the pride of the circus, whatever that counts for here. No one in the meagre audience displays any enthusiasm, not even when the ringmaster thunders in on a horse-drawn Calliope. Then come the acts themselves. Oh dear. The humiliated magician's trapdoors fail to open, leaving his glamorous assistant notably unvanished. The bereaved acrobat swings from a single trapeze, the other hangs lonely and unused. The pensive clown's fire-juggling act ends in disaster, and not the humorous kind. The less said about the lion tamer, the better. He should recover. Visit the amusements. Most of the stalls here are empty, their owners either asleep or long since gone. You gamely make the most of them, from the Hall of Mirror, there is only one, to the Whack-A-Rat game currently closed due to the rats having unionised. At least the day proves quiet, with nothing actively trying to kill you. In the high wilderness, that alone counts as a vacation. Let's try to sneak behind the tents. A pair of clowns whose painted-on smiles do not match their actual scowls spot you almost immediately. There's nothing funny about the heavy sticks they carry. You are less than politely escorted back to the big top. Perhaps if you were better known around here, they would be less concerned. Fair. 23% chance of success. Nope. The grubby urchin is nowhere to be seen. Okay, so we're going to have to come back here in the future. Right. So, we still have a fair degree of supplies. We could just make a run straight to Magdalen's. Or we could try and find Leadbeater and Stainrod. Let's make a little bit of a journey. Let's send the bat out first. Oh, what have we found? Oh, there's something up here. Okay. North it is. This corner of the sky is little travelled. It has been given over to the fungus, and the wilds, and the lost. And what have we got here? The incognito princess is delighted. I had a doll's house this size. Much prettier, of course. This homestead makes a living from tourism, an optimistic trade in the Reach. It has signs of boasting of glittering wonders open to all. You explore a cavern beneath the homestead. Those living here dismantled their locomotive to build their home. The bridge, now windowless, has been transformed into the front porch. Tied to it is a large wooden sign. Tours available. Success. A scintillating grotto. The woman who welcomes you beams and directs you into her cellar. A tunnel is cut into its walls, braced with old pipes and coupling rods. The ceiling is low, and it's a while before you can straighten. Your guide raises her lantern. The walls coruscate. Gold, cerulean and verdigris. Right. So we'll take a brief investigation to the southwest to see what we can find. Sheridan's Expanse. Well, not too far from levelling up. Oh, no. Still 500 XP away. Who are you? Taxi Scouts. Excellent. Let's do a bit of a search. We found something to the south. What are you? Okay. The wreck gleams with frost, its windows are dark, its engines silent. Perhaps something of value lies within. 58% chance? Yeah, fuck it. Success! Your signaller fetches their signal lamp and flashes a patient message into each portside window. There, a faltering glow burns in the frost. Someone has struck a match. You dispatch a boarding party. They retrieve a survivor who is eager to sign on and a hard worker, if surly from their long isolation. You've gained one crew. Nope. You're not friendly. Don't like you. There we go. To the victor the spoils. The crew of the Marauder lie dead in the corridor, killed not by your guns, but knives and small arms fire. The only survivor is the captain, locked in the brig with a bottle of brandy. Chalk eyes stare back from every wall. When he ran out of chalk, he began scraping them in with his fingernails. Little remains of them but bloodied stumps. Seen this before, Captain, says a crew member, grasping your arm. Sky madness. Magdalens can treat it if you can be bothered to take the poor sod. Bring the poor fellow on board. We've got to go to Magdalens anyway. You now have one tale of terror. The crew wrap the sky-maddened captain in blankets, then secure them tightly with belts. It takes 4 to transport him safely to your locomotive. He might not be happy restrained, but it should keep him from harm until you get him to Magdalens. The captain secured, you have a moment to see whether there's anything of worth on his locomotive before abandoning it to the wilderness. Loot the hold. A distressingly odoured barrel. No one is keen to get close. You pry the lid off. Dear God, what the blazes? Your navigator pokes the thing inside with a big stick until assured that it's dead. You've gained one uncanny specimen. Okay. How are we doing here? I think we're heading back. Oh. I do not want any part of your fight. Go away. You are scary fighty ships, and I am not. Trains, not ships. Right. So, we'll stock up on supplies. Drop off a port report. And then I think that's where I'm going to call it for the evening. We've been going 4 hours. We've only died once. We seem to be doing a little bit better now. And the revolution will continue in the future. There we go. Right. Thank you all for the company. It's been a fun stream for me. I've enjoyed this. The sort of... I can get a little impatient with these and skip through some of the... end up skipping through some of the lore, and it's been really nice to sort of just be reading it and be forced to take it in, and it's been a really nice stream. I've really enjoyed this. Thank you all for the company. I hope you've enjoyed it too. I think we'll probably come back to this at some point. Maybe not next stream. I'll be back on Thursday as normal, 7 o'clock UK time. Thursday we'll be back to building some Gunpla, But maybe we'll come back to this on Saturday. We'll see how things go. Or maybe I'll have some spare time elsewhere in the week to do some more of this. But either way, this has been really good fun, and I hope other people have enjoyed it as well. So, you can find previous streams on YouTube channel. There's a link to that in the Twitch channel description. You can find me on Twitter at TremaineAlex. And I think that's everything, really. Shitty, thanks for the company. Wowzer Man, I don't know if you're still here, but also thanks for the company, even if you are a filthy monarchist. Miss Temperance, always lovely to have you as well. Let's see if there's anyone I can pass you all on to. Who is streaming right now? Ian Dog is streaming Call of Duty Black Ops. Let's go and join Ian.
Just fucking pause.